I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be, what's good? It's the number one chief rocker in Knicks universe, Uncle Freezy. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. In the morning, like that. What's good? What's good? Benny is here. He had something to say. Benny, this mic belongs to me, Benny. Benny, this mic belongs to me. Benny is right here by my side. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to get on this mic too. But listen, blue tears, orange tears, Blorange tears. Bam! Let's go. How about throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care? And if you got some loot and a single Tuesday fruit, somebody say, "Oh yeah, oh yeah." Scream! Ah! Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Right? Let me start off with the quote from the great American poet Grand Poopa. Grand Poopa says, "Now a lot of people think this is easy as it look. Books and books of rhyme concepts and hooks. Stressing and stressing to hit the world with a blessing. Session to session to that. I keep messing it up. Maybe I should read this piece of paper I got in front of me. I have a piece of paper in front of me with it. Trust me. I you know me, I come prepared, right? So how it goes is, where is it? Now, a lot of people think this is easy as it looks. Books and books of rhyme concepts and hooks. Sessions to sessions to get thoughts manifested. Stressing and stressing to hit the world with a blessing. Bim, let's go. Let's go. There's another quote I got somewhere. Oh, listen. I'm going to quote the great American poet Melly Mel, and then I'm going to move on to the Knicks. Melly Mel said, and I don't need no paper for this. Melly Mel says, "A child is born with no state of mind, blind to the ways of mankind. God's smiling on you, but he's frowning too, because only God knows what you'll go through." Ain't that something? Let's get to these Knicks. Man. Let's do a tip off. I don't know why I had tip off. Tip off starts with the letter T, and I do believe it is capitalized. Let me see. I'm gonna say it, and it's gonna frustrate a lot of y'all, but listen, this is just for the conversation only. It's the off season, so we got to talk through these topics, right? We got to speak to we got to speak to things that may happen, right? I know a lot of people want me to say, well, such and such prospect is better than such and such prospect. We'll get to that. We got plenty of time. The draft is less than a month away. I don't want to draft talk you guys to prospect talk you guys to death, and then come draft night, everything we said is wasted, right? I'm gonna say this, and y'all bear with me. The Knicks front office may run it back. There is a strong possibility that we won't be able to get rid of Kemba. There is a strong possibility that Julius Randle will be a Knick next season. Right? There is a strong possibility. There's a strong possibility that Alec Burks and Evan Fournier will be here next season. Right? And here is the coup d'etat of all of that. Here is the cherry on top. One of or more than one of the young prospects may be gone. One or more of the young core may be gone this offseason. Right? One or more, multiple young players may be gone this offseason. And why is that? Because they're easier to move. These guys, the young guys, are easier to move contractually and talent-wise than Julius Randle's contract, than Nerlens Noel's contract. Evan Fournier's contract may be harder to move than, say, Quentin Grimes, than an Emmanuel Quickly. Right? And I say that as a person that, as a fan that wants us to preach, and to hear me out, because people will listen to a quarter of what I said and make a 10 times stronger argument with what I said. Hear me out. I want to win a championship, and I don't care how. Right? I want to win a championship. Right? But here's the thing. If you tell me to be patient because the youth movement is going to win us a championship, I'll say okay. Right? Right? Oh. Hear me out. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me move the dog out. Who let the dog out? Who? So here's the thing. Thank you, Mo, for the coffee. Miss Mocha made coffee for that. Thank you, boss. So here's the thing. If you tell me that you can guarantee championship contention, I'm okay with it, right? But don't tell me you chose a direction to go in and then you change direction midstream because times got tough. Right? Don't switch up on me. None of us like to switch up. None of us do. Don't tell me we're going with the youth movement and then all of a sudden Mitchell Robinson walks out the door. Now, I know what people are going to say. People are going to say, well, Mitch is gone. Mitch is good. Mitch is unrestricted now. Mitch, it's up to Mitch. Hey, you know what? I was telling y'all that a year and a half ago. Uncle Freezy, not all the Knicks content creators, was telling y'all this. I was saying, if you let Mitch get to the door, he gone. I said that a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. I said, if Mitch gets to free agency, I knew it from the time Tom Thibodeau said Mitchell Robinson has to work on his professionalism. When he said that in public, I knew Tibbs eventually was gone and Mitchell Robinson eventually is gone. When Tibbs said that early on, like, what do you see from Mitch? He needs to work on his professionalism. Okay, Tom Thibodeau, you just called out a fan favorite. You on the clock. No matter what you do, you are on the clock. Fans don't like stuff like that. You don't come in here calling out our babies, especially when veterans have been stealing checks for 35 years. Now I sit here as a fan hoping that this front office picks a direction and goes in that direction. But as a college educated, as a experienced business professional, I know the Knicks have no idea what they're doing because I've been in these situations before. You start out with a plan. You assess who you are as an entity. You assess who you are as an entity. I've been in these situations with 7 or 8 different companies, and this is the non-beard, well-spoken Uncle Freezy, not the gangly dude y'all see right now, not the bummy jab y'all see every morning, right? Yeah, y'all see the bummy jab, the dude with the beard and the hats and all that stuff. I'm talking about as the business professional Uncle Freezy. I've been in this situation with 7 to 8 companies where you do the initial self-assessment to gauge where you are as an entity, and then you gauge your competition. And then you put in place best place business practices. And you do all these things in order to take your middling business, because think about it. The business is middling, middle of the pack, not satisfied with the results, or because if that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have changed personnel. You change personnel because you're dissatisfied with the performance of the company, right? It's what it is. And I ain't trying to talk like all fancy and stuff. I'm just telling you, I'm keeping it a buck, right? Just keeping it real. If Steve Mills and Scott Perry were successful as a regime, Leon Rose would never have been here. They would have never hired Leon Rose, right? Right? And truth be told, if Leon Rose was successful and Leon Rose's group was successful as an entity, you wouldn't see them constantly hiring people, bringing people in to help them stay afloat, right? You wouldn't hear you wouldn't hear all this stuff, right? So here's the thing. I just want a championship, right? That's all I want, right? For those that are Knicks fans like myself, that for those around my age range, maybe like the Rod the Knicks, the Paris Duggars, maybe Jay Boogie. When we were young, the championship that the Knicks won, those were like our uncles in them championship. We were too little. We was babies. You know what I'm saying? 4, 5, 6 years old. You know what I'm saying? We was too young. That was not championship. We didn't understand what was going on. Right? But since then, we've been through this weird cycle of, oh no, the new regime is smaller than the old regime. We hear that all the time. Oh no, these young rookies are better than the other rookies that we brought in. Right? So here's my thing. I say that to say this. We are in a situation where we look like a desperate move is imminent. A desperate move is imminent. Right? Now we have resources, we have young players, and sure, we overestimate our young players. We overvalue our young players, so what? I don't care. We have a bunch of draft picks, and we overvalue our draft picks because we don't have 9 first-round picks in the next 4 seasons. We're not Oklahoma City. We got a bunch of second-round picks that we overvalue, right? But even with that said, the Knicks fan base, desperation. Desperate times call for desperate measures, right? If the Knicks don't get Donovan Mitchell, right? If the Knicks don't sign Jalen Brunson, now hear me out. If the Knicks don't get Spider Mitchell, if the Knicks don't get Jalen Brunson, this offseason will look like a failure. Right? Because our front office guy, the head of our front office, is not charismatic. He's not the guy that's going to come to us and console us at a time of failure. He's not a good public speaker. And Sherwin M says, Freezy, I can remember the 1977 Knicks, my first year following basketball. Yep. Yo, man, so I'm a little bit ahead of you there, because when Clyde Frazier got traded for Jim Clemens, I cried in school. I was at school. My teachers were in the hallway smoking cigarettes. And listen, for those, if you're younger than me, don't try to understand that time. Don't try to understand teachers in the hallway smoking cigarettes. Don't try to figure that out. Just go with it. It's a different time. Right? Just go with it. My teacher, Mr. Williams, was mad as hell. Right? That was my man. Mr. Williams. Mo is in there fussing at the puppy. The puppy don't understand. So, I'm sorry, y'all. Mo in there. The puppy is tearing up the pet bed. Anyway, Mr. Williams and all of our teachers was mad as hell. They in the hallway smoking cigarettes. They're like, who is Jim Clemens? What we need? They traded Clyde to Cleveland. All this stuff. They out there fussing, right? So I go to Mr. Williams and I tell the story all over and over and over again. But anyway, Sherwin M, what I'm saying is I understand. I understand. Right? So and then the irony is a whole bunch of ex-Knicks are on Phil Jackson's staff with the Bulls, and they win championships in Chicago instead of New York. That's the irony. That's the irony, right? So right now where we are, guys and gals, and I'm saying this in terms of respect, I want to put these things out ahead of time so that you guys can understand that I am with you. because we can talk draft prospects all day and night, and we will. We'll probably do mock drafts starting in June. So starting in June, we'll start doing the mock drafts. I'll put it on the screen and all this stuff, and then y'all give me your input and all that stuff. But right now, what I want to tell you is this. This is the summer of desperation. This is the halfway point. This is the halfway point, right? And JJ, listen. JJ, I'm with you. Commit to a full rebuild, right? But here's the thing. Are you saying commit right now? Or are you saying that we should have done it already? Because if you're saying commit to a full rebuild right now, that means we have to start all over right now. Right? And these dudes only have 2+ seasons left on their original contract. Right? So if we commit to a full rebuild right now, say May 27th of 2022, it makes me think, what were they doing when they took over in 2020? What were we doing before now? All right, I'm doing double duty, y'all. So bear with me. I'm going into vibes and stuff to log off with Chuck, and we're gonna continue to rock. I need y'all input, man. All right, so I just ended vibes and stuff, and I'm here rocking with y'all. Sherwin M, you smart as hell, and you don't care about what people say, right? You know what I'm saying? I value your opinion. Answer this question. If we start a rebuild right now, what have we been doing the past 2 seasons? IQJ, what's good? White Falcons in the building. Keith Turner, what's happening? Paris Duggar, what's good? Paris Duggar says, Leon already committed to a full rebuild. Really? If he committed to a full rebuild. And this is just me asking a question. Paris, let me get this vibes and stuff thing from. Let me get this theme. I gotta get the theme right for us. It's either blue and orange. It's either blue or orange for us, right? And let me put my Blorange tears thing up here in the corner. There we go. And let me remind everybody to subscribe to the channel, smash the like button, comment, share, do all those things to help the channel grow. Right? Soul Finger, what's good? Here's the thing. Trust me. I'm going to get to free agency. And Blorange Tears, and I know everybody is way ahead. Everybody's talking about draft prospects and all that stuff. Breaking down prospects that the Knicks probably won't even get. I'm going to get there too. The only thing is I'm busier than them. So I have to do more stuff. Right? Here's the thing. This summer is not about draft prospects, right? It's not even about the development of the youth. This summer is going to be the summer that determines if this front office should be here going forward, right? This is the now or never summer. Right? This is the now or never summer. Because of all the rumors and innuendo, the reporters putting stuff out there, We seeing guys in all these places, right? We seeing all these different places and all that stuff. If the front office makes another major blunder this offseason, their ass has got to go. I'm sorry about cursing, y'all. They got to go. We got to get them out of here. Right? We got to get them out of here because listen, all this talk, we heard. The reason why we ain't done nothing is because we gonna go get Spider Mitchell. Bradley Beal is in the bag. We can get Bradley Beal anytime we feel like it. All this talk, right? But you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing. Right? Let me throw this thing in the chat. We're gonna be here for a while, y'all. I'm feeling real talkative today. We're gonna be here for a while, man. I want to rock with y'all. Y'all gonna rock with me? Y'all gonna rock with me? I'm asking. I got a lot of pent up stuff, man, that I've been wanting to talk to y'all about for a minute. But personally, I want to rock with y'all. Y'all gonna rock with me today? Come on. Come on. I want y'all to rock with me. I want y'all to forget a rebuild. I want y'all to commit to Blorange tears today. That's what I want. I want y'all opinions. I want y'all opinions. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to put y'all opinions in the chat, and we're going to go over opinions and all that stuff because it's the off season. Ain't nothing going on, right? Ain't nothing going on but administrative stuff, right? And I ain't going to talk to y'all to death. I ain't going to talk y'all to death about the difference between a 48-inch vertical and a 49-inch vertical. I don't care. What I care about is the future of the Knicks. Is that what y'all care about? Y'all care about the future of the Knicks? If you do, we gonna rock. We gonna rock. This summer is the now or never summer because you had the opportunity to get rid of Tibbs last year and you didn't. You kept him. You kept Tibbs. You kept Randall, right? You kept Fournier. You kept Burks. You kept Noel. You kept Rose. You kept Kimba. You kept Taj. But the fans are talking about the kids. The fans. Keyshawn, what's good? The fans care about this young core. But the signs, the tea leaves, if you read them, are pointing towards the kids being used as collateral, as chips. The coolest. What's good? Let me bring in my guy, man. I love this dude, man, with all my heart. Let me bring in my guy. Hold on, y'all. Be patient with me. Be patient with me, man. I love this dude with all my heart. I be calling him sometimes, and I'll talk to him for like 3 hours. He be like, "Yo, Uncle Freezy, I gotta peek. Hold on, let me talk to you for 3 more hours." Yo, what's up, Bob?
What's going on, huh?
Yo, I know sometimes you see my name show up on your phone. You're like, oh, God, dog it.
No, actually, when you hit me up on those Saturdays, I was like, oh, man, I should have been up about an hour ago.
Yeah, man. I'm calling Hey, listen, I'm calling Soulfinger. It's funny, right? I'm calling Soulfinger 8 o'clock East Coast time, right? East Coast time, I'm calling Soulfinger. So that that means 5 o'clock or whatever time, West Coast time, right? Like, has it been Oh, hey, wait, Danny, hold on. Let me do Danny thing. Hold on.
Good.
Danny Landis
Oh.
is in the building.
See.
Oh, wait.
Good morning, fellas.
I got one more person. Hold on. I got one more.
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows, I'm just podcasting.
That's right.
On the air every day, I'm just podcasting. You don't know what that mean when I say I'm podcasting. I'm broadcasting these flows with the podcasting. Every day of my life, I'm just podcasting.
Right.
Share my dreams with you, mean I'm podcasting.
What?
You can see my vision through the podcasting.
Yeah.
But don't forget J Boogie when I'm broadcasting.
What?
I'm podcasting,
What?
he's podcasting.
What?
I've been spitting this venom since Karate Flicks. When Mr. Sales was sharing nothing but the Knicks. I guess you know by now, I seen some tough years. Now I know the reason why Freezy got them Blorange tears.
Yo, what's good, boss? Don P is in the building. What's good, Don?
Yo, what's good, Freezy? What's up to the panel? Yo, what's up, Soulfinger? Salute, J Boogie. What's going on with y'all?
What's going on now, fellas? Everything lovely on the west side.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Yeah, man. I gotta talk to y'all about some stuff. And I think in fairness or in unfairness to the narratives in Knicks Nation, I believe we as a whole are talking about the wrong stuff. Right? I think Knicks Nation is being set up for epic failure. And in this epic failure, if we don't get out ahead of it, I think we'll have another season of the toxicity. You remember the toxicity that ruled Knicks universe, especially on Twitter and everybody's chats when the Knicks went on that losing streak in February? Remember when the Knicks won one game in February, how toxic the fan base was?
Man, what?
I think we are headed for that if the Knicks don't get a Spider Mitchell or a Jalen Brunson. And it's because the expectations for this front office are so high that if they don't do something, I think we're going to start turning on ourselves. And listen, here's the reason why I say that.
But Freeze, real quick, it's already happened though. The turning.
I know, but here's the thing that's going to turn things on its heel or something. You don't bring in a sports agent that's known for developing relationships to be the head man in charge and then have him not do anything.
Yeah.
Because in theory, you could have and should have gone out and got a basketball guy.
Yeah, that I agree with you wholeheartedly.
But we didn't because we felt like it wasn't the X's and O's on the court by dudes like Kurt Rambis, David Fisdale, and Derek Fishers. We felt like those coaches, it might have been good coaches if we had supplied them with the right players, right? So instead of going and getting a better X's and O's guy, like the guy that's coaching Boston right now, or Monty Williams, who is a draft pick of the New York Knicks, or Jason Kidd, who played for the Knicks. Instead of signing those type guys as coaches, a Mark Jackson, a Kenny Atkinson, we went out and got a Tom Thibodeau, and we went out and got a Leon Rose, who was accompanied by a Tom Thibodeau. Right? And the signs were on the wall immediately. Right? Immediately when Leon Rose got here and couldn't sign a point guard during the point guard summer of 2020, the signs were on the wall. Right? I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to let y'all rock. Go ahead, yo.
Well, one thing, you brought up one name. When you brought up Udoka, we did interview him and let him walk on by.
Right.
You hit him with the CC Peniston, keep on walking, I ain't talking to you anymore. So that one, in itself, which was a turnaround. I mean, right now we're in a situation where you can't look back. You got to keep trying to move forward. I mean, it's not a sexy or cool thing to say, but I mean, that's what we are, which is the situations. Because Leon Rose, it's like he's building things through relationships instead of most qualified in a sense. Just because you got a relationship with somebody don't mean they're the most qualified. Was it Brock Aller?
Right.
I can't complain about him. He's been pretty spot on. I mean, he was the best in the biz at what he does. But then Leon has made some head scratching moves. The Nike exec, and they're thinking outside the box. I get it, but you bring in a Nike exec, that means when you're trying to sell, you're trying to bring somebody in saying, we got the ability to get you this, that, and the third. With the Nike exec coming in, he's supposed to be a talent scout, correct?
Right.
So, that was a head scratcher move. Not for me. I can see where it could be big money down the line in a way. You can look at different ways, but considering that you need to be looking at talent and digging and flipping over rocks and looking at the tables for whatever you can find, like real honest to God talent to bring in,
Right.
Nike would be trying to go for those type guys. But hey, I guess it is what it is in this sense.
Right. Right. I'm here to tell you, bro, if the Knicks don't hit a home run this summer, this regime is doomed.
Yeah. Gonna be a lot of fire. It's gonna be it's gonna be a lot of torch like they did in the old Frankenstein movies, man. They're gonna storm the garden.
You're right. Right. Right, because you got rid of, think about this, you got rid of Steve Mills because he couldn't bring in the big fish.
Yeah.
Right? Then you bring in a guy who worked for the big fish, and he comes in. He worked for the big fish, and he comes in, and guess what he can't do when he gets in Steve Mills' spot?
Bring in the big fish.
Bring the big fish.
I mean, really think about it. You're not even really bringing in guppies, man.
Right.
What a minnow? You're lucky to get a minnow with that.
Right.
Sardine.
Right. 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 Hey, Scott Wolf was good. Scott Wolf says, we need that 2023 draft. We need to suck this year. No big fish coming. Okay. But Scott, my question to you is, what is the front office going to do in the meantime? Are you going to keep this front office here?
I would say
Are you going to trust them?
See, and this is kind of like this is the thing though, Freeze. It's which direction? Because my man JJ said it best. Some fans, a good number of fans, would be happy with a youth movement. I wouldn't be bad. I wouldn't feel bad with a youth movement. Just go ahead on and put this bad boy in the crock pot and let it cook.
Right.
I don't want to. I guess you are where I'm at, and this is talking. We were talking about ages and everything. You know, you've been around, you've seen it go for so long. I'm tired of chasing after the superstar that don't want to come. I'm tired of it. I want to see a superstar keep coming. I mean, keep chasing after them. They're not going to go, and you force them trade. Let them come to us. But you got to make your product worthy of coming. So now the front office we got is not putting the pieces or per se or giving us that shine we should have to make somebody want to come. And I hate to bring up Brooklyn, but Brooklyn did it, even though they shipped off their young talent that they built up to make them profit, you know, make them look pretty. We're not doing that in a sense, in some aspects. We got the talent, can't say anything about it, you know, but it's just there's certain key pieces that are missing to take us, you know, move us up to a point where like, okay, yeah, you know, I want to get some of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to respond to that, man. About the comment about basically tanking. What Scott Wolf says. Listen, like when you look at teams like the Toronto Raptors, you know they was building organically. You know what I mean? They developed their own talent. A lot of these players that's on their team right now, besides maybe two, three players, it's a bunch of nobodies. But they developed them.
Right.
They developed them. You know what I mean? And I think that us as Knicks fans, like we get into this mode to where we want to start fresh and rebuild, and then we get impatient and then want to start chasing. So I asked this question, like Donovan Mitchell, he's a talent. He's a talent. I get that. But how does he fit with us? With the players that we have now, how does he fit with us?
Right.
You know what I mean? Who else? Jalen Brunson. He's a talent, but how does he fit with us?
Right.
Yes, we do need more scoring. I give us that. We do need more scoring. But if anything, our foundation is supposed to be defense. And neither one of those players, they don't personify that in no type of manner. So I mean, that's where I'm coming from with it.
So how do you improve? Okay. So let me ask you this, right? So how do you? We all agree with what you said, right? It's not basically what you said is it's not about where you pick; it's how you develop the guy that you do pick, right?
Yeah.
That's am I doing your comment any justice?
Yes, you are correct.
Oh, okay. So here's the thing. Here's the thing with that. How do you improve a system that you know is broken, right? Because here's the thing. The Knicks are going to pick 11, right? Or scheduled to pick 11. But we need this 11 pick to perform like a top 5 pick, right? And knowing this, what additions have the Knicks made to their development staff that gives you the confidence that they will develop a top 11 pick into a top 5 pick? Or have you seen the Knicks constantly add administrator after administrator after administrator to a staff full of administrators? What I've seen, and Don P, listen, I listen. I like your comment, man, and I always feel like you level-headed, right? So I'm saying this to you with respect, right? How do we take a guy that's not a good decision maker and Leon Rose? People say he's a good decision maker, right? But you hadn't seen it, right? You hadn't seen it, right? How do you take a guy that's an administrator and turn him into a developer of talent? This guy, instead of hiring developers, he hires Tim Hardaway Jr. to work off the court. A Hall of Fame point guard is going to be in the office. He bring in the Nike rep,
Yeah,
The Nike rep is not an on the floor guy that develops. Gerson Rosas is not an on the court developer of guys. All these men are administrators, right? What I've seen from this front office is the reinforcement of an administration. I have not seen it. You know what the smart play would have been? Snag Kenny Atkinson and bring him in to work with our point guard over Johnny Bryant. Have Kenny Atkinson be the associate head coach with Tibbs, right? And so what that provides you with is a developer of talent, and a guy that knows offense when Tibbs' offense stalls. We didn't do that. We went out and got Johnny Bryant.
All right, so my response to that is I can't really speak to. I mean, you make a great point as far as having a lack of development staff. You make a great point with that. What I will say, however, is there's a new template in the league right now. You look at the Golden State Warriors. You look at again, I mentioned the Toronto Raptors. To a degree, you look at the Milwaukee Bucks. You look at these teams, and the teams that's starting to win more than ever is teams that's building through the draft more so than star chasing. So when you look at teams like the Brooklyn Nets, you see what happened with them. You look at LeBron James template on him casting out all the young talent and bringing in quote unquote star veterans to his team.
Guys,
Yeah, it's not working no more. It's just not working no more. And I feel that maybe I'm overestimating the young talent that we have. Leon Rose decisions as far as free agency, I didn't like it at all. I see what they was trying to do in terms of winning now and capitalizing off of winning, getting into that fourth seed. But as far as them drafting lately, I'm feeling all those picks. I like Obi, even though a lot of people was feeling Halliburton. I like what's his name quickly. I don't think he was there during the Mitch thing, but I like Mitch. So lately, they've been making the right decisions in terms of drafting, and that right there is a good sign to me.
I'm with you on the. I'm with you. I agree with you with the young cats. I do like our picks, and be that may, you got some that hate some of them, whatever. But you got to give them time. Giannis, Giannis didn't come into the league like he is now. You have to develop him. The problem is with the young talent we have, you got to get the right talent, the right developers. You got to develop it. Yeah, you got to develop them, man. Because you're wasting the young talent. And okay, so what? Some of them, I don't, some of them pop to be a superstar or whatever, but they become a serviceable player or even catch be a six man here or a real solid role player, like I said. That's building your team. And then when you wind up drafting, if you can draft the right one, you may get somebody that could go to the least to the point of a star or flirt with being a star, but somebody that can be a difference on your team. But you got to develop it. And as you're saying, we're not showing that we're developing all the way. You got Tim Hardaway. When you think about Tim Hardaway, first thing you're thinking, I got to get in with my point guards. King of the crossover. I got to get in with my point guards. But he's out as a scout. But like I said, the exec thing is kind of wild. I still kind of like, okay, I'm just gonna let it play out. That's all I can do. Because you can't say that. You got to see which way we draft, see how we're going to draft, and see how this free agency turn. Because I'm worried about free agency for the simple fact I don't want to see the front office do something out of desperation because of what happened last season. Because how bad last season. I mean, and in some aspect, last season wasn't as bad, but it was bad. You're looking at us to make the playoff, at least be relevant for the playoffs, and we could even smell it. So
let me ask you guys a question. Walker, if let's hypothetically, if he was healthy, fully healthy, you think he would have still been a right fit for us? What the type of personnel that we had?
Kimba?
Yeah, Kimber, if he was healthy.
No.
I don't think so neither. Evan Fournier, you think he would have still been right? I mean, every championship or contender team has Evan Fournier on their team, obviously, but we have we have Grimes, somebody who could shoot the three and can defend. Maybe he's not as good of a shooter as Evan Fournier,
Yeah.
but he could defend. He could definitely defend. So I mean, that's
And
the thing.
Fournier had some clutch moments during the season too, bro.
Yeah, for sure. My thing is our we have to have some type of foundation. And last year it wasn't so much as Julius Randle doing his thing. The scouting report wasn't on him. You know, people didn't know he can, he got that similar playing style as Melo. I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of teams recognized us last year for our defense.
Yep.
We have one of the top defenses in the league, and I feel like when you just go start chasing and get starry-eyed for just any talent who could get you a bucket, we got to take into consideration their height, how they fit on the team. What else can they do besides get you a bucket? And I think that's what gets us in trouble. Kemba Walker, he's never known to be a traditional point guard who's a good playmaker. He's always been a bucket getter.
Right.
Who's 6 feet tall, barely 6 feet tall. You know what I mean? I like Kimber, but I mean, it is what it is.
Kemba's washed.
Yeah, Kemba's done. Yeah. Kemba washed up.
He's done like yesterday's laundry.
Yeah. And the sad part of being washed, is a lot of times when you wash, you don't know.
You don't know it.
That you washed because when you wash, see, being washed up is not the same as being done. Because when you're done, you know you're done, right? But when you washed, you think you still look new, but now you old and faded, bro. That's why a lot of us don't box no more, because we still have the know-how upstairs and we can still be successful against certain levels of competition. But against good competition, we're not the same person. And it's the same thing with Kemba, right? Everybody's not going to have a Michael Jordan type renaissance at the end of their career. Michael Jordan was special. Magic Johnson, nobody's going to have a Magic Johnson type renaissance at the end of their career. Magic Johnson was special. Kemba, while he's really, really good, is not in Magic Johnson or Michael Jordan category.
Hey, Freezy, what year was that when Magic Johnson was the MVP that All-Star game that time?
92.
He was old, but still was doing his thing though.
Yeah. 92. He was a 13 veteran.
Yep.
Yeah,
Hey, what's good, boss?
Good morning to y'all, man. Just, riding and listening to what y'all talking about. First thing first, let me give homage to all y'all great men up here rocking on the panel and everybody that's in the chat. Everybody, putting their thoughts together, what I'm saying, their ideas together, hoping, that some type of scenario that we're talking about, it helps the team in a good way.
Right.
But I'm just thinking about it all. Until we have somebody in that office that has his own vision, his own plan, and his own idea of what he wants to do, instead of what the Knicks need to do, we're gonna continue on being in this situation. Like I use for instance, like Joe Sheen. Joe Sheen came from over there at Buffalo and went straight to the Giants and knew exactly what he needed to do and did it his way.
Right.
Nobody else's way. Fixed the offensive line, did what he needed to do. You can't have somebody in the office talking about, I want to go young, and then you hire a coach that don't want to go young, want to get all the vets. Let's go. Right. So we off balance. We on a seesaw.
Yeah.
And when you're on a seesaw, somebody's weight is heavier than the other.
Yeah.
And it keeps going up and down, up and down. That's all we doing. Keep going back and forth. That's all we doing. Oh, you need to get your mind right, man. That's why we got to have people that have basketball IQs. can see what's going on, what needs to be done. And these people out here in these other organizations, they're not playing, joking around. They handling their business. And when you sit there and you watch a game, like I can sit there and watch Golden State play, and I'm like, yo, wow, look at that organization, man. Look how proud them young kids are.
Yeah.
Look at the leaders on the team, not the vets. You know, I keep saying there's a difference between a leader and a vet. I mean, when Curry he twisted his ankle and he was out for a few weeks, then he came back. And that very same day when they gave him clearance to, to play, and they put him in the starting lineup, he definitely told Steve Kerr, don't put me in the starting lineup. Keep it the same. I'll come off the bench. Let them continue on doing what they're doing. They developing. We're going to need them. And it's showing right now. Certain moves that you do as a leader is going to, allow the other people to follow you. And at the same time they follow you, they feel good about following you. You know what I'm saying? They ain't talking about you. Oh, man, this dude, man, that following, listen to what this dude's talking about, what he got to say. No, ain't none of that going on. They happy to be in position. They happy to be a link to the chain. They might think the chain is strong. No, it's the links that make the chain. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And we don't have a lot of links to even start putting together a chain at all, man. And if we don't have a link to start making a chain, there ain't no need for us to even think about making a change because we still stuck in the same thing.
I just say one thing on this. We don't have that leader on the team. If you look at we're looking at superstars and stuff, we don't even really have point out who's the true leader on the team.
I can't believe I'm saying this, man, because I'm not really big on RJ at all. As far as his talent and his potential, but his intangibles, the way he carries himself, I feel like he can be a potential leader on the team. He won't be the most talented, that's for sure, but I feel like with his mindset, his relentless drive, and his will to win, I think he could fill that role as a leader. And what JB said, oh, my bad. Go ahead, man.
Oh, no. And I agree. I see what you're saying because you can see the intangibles. But the thing about it is, and as they come up, I'm looking at it, just kind of, and I don't like to compare the Knicks to like Golden State because all those guys, they came up together. They built that team. They built that team from the ground up. They brought in certain little pieces. But majority of it, they built it from the ground up, correct? Right? So you can see who the leader is on that team in a lot. You have Draymond. It may not like him, but he's that energy guy. He's that leader up in your face. Then they brought in a good vet like you brought in an Iguodala, who's also a vet on the side that's vocal and got guys in that way. And like you were saying, RJ is on his way to becoming that vet, becoming that leader. Right. Like I said, there's a difference between a vet and a leader. A vet is a guy that just moved around, is gonna collect the check, get in, do whatever. But you need that leader. And RJ's had to take that. He's taking that role. He wants to take that role. And he has a lot. He still has a ways to go to get due to his game, his inefficiencies to his game. He got work. There's just no fans a bunch about it. I do like intangibles. I like his drive and everything, but he's got to work on his craft as well. RJ got to get free throws. RJ got to finish. RJ got to pick up the defense. However, I know just the way I can't speak for nobody else, feel that he's gonna make those steps. Because if he's shooting 71, he was shooting 71% from free throw. If he can get that joker up to about 77 this year, hey, that's a step. Give me 6% on it. Just show me some improvement. I'll take 7%.
Let me bring my guy in real quick. Just go ahead after this. I'm gonna bring my guy in real quick.
Hey, yo, you had to bring out your cardboard and did the electric boogie on that right there.
Hey,
Did the
salute
robot
to the
all that.
panel. Hey, J Boog, I just stole your song. I'm just robcasting now.
Hey, nah, you ain't still mine.
And hit
That's
that
your own
positive banging,
thing.
J Boogie.
That's your own thing. Sounds like a
What's
banger.
up? What's up? I ain't seen y'all peoples in a good minute. How's the panel doing?
Pretty good.
Everybody good?
Everybody good, man.
That's good. That's great. That's great.
Hey, real quick, I think Soulfinger was in the middle of something because Freaky just stepped out. He was in the middle of something. He wanted to bring you in.
Okay, go ahead.
No. I'm just saying about the whole thing with the leadership thing. You know, we just, you know, all of them got their faults, and I'm, you know, it's just that you're looking at how Golden State built that squad. They built it from the ground up, and they built it certain pieces. They drafted well, and that's something that they drafted real well, and and they developed, and that's something that our organization has lacked for a long time. Well, the other thing is we hadn't had any rookies or any young players to develop before the draft since Shumpert.
Yeah.
So now we're in a new territory going that way. It's still undiscovered country, but Leon Rose, like, you know, I gotta agree with Freeze. He's gonna have to make a move, and free agency is where he's been dropping the ball. I can't really, like I said, I can't complain about the draft as much. All right, may not got the player that you wanted, but we got the players. But we got to develop these young cats.
Yeah.
Got to develop them, but hold them all accountable. Not just one that you don't like because they didn't draft the one you wanted or whatever. We got to hold them all accountable.
Y'all know, y'all understand. Y'all guys understand we just like 2 years in, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah, I know. I'm just putting the surface down because it seems like when we attack this issue, we
Hey, Stu,
always
I gotta step
attacking.
off. I gotta do this estimate at this church. I'm gonna try to get back on, man.
Okay. Hey,
All right,
look,
now.
it seems as though we always attaching before Leon Rose to Leon Rose. Is that fair? I just want to know.
Yes.
It's fair?
Yes.
All you guys think it's fair?
I do.
No,
All right, Freezy answered yes.
Yeah,
Do
repeat your
anybody
question,
else
please.
agree? The question is, we're 2 years into this, but when everybody talks about what's going on right now, they always refer to everything previously to Leon Rose, and they added to him. Is that fair?
Yes.
Anybody else?
Yeah, definitely.
It's fair to add past regimes to Leon Rose.
Yes.
Well, the one
I don't think so. I don't think it's fair.
the one that once he came into the Knicks, from there on out, that's fair to say that.
Okay, so why do we add things previously to him?
Well, let me say why I think it's fair. Right. So you'll understand where I'm coming from. Because I'm not piling on, right? But the reason why I say it's fair is because he's benefiting from the assets of a previous regime, right? Last year he benefited from 2 first-round picks, from the Dallas trade, right? He also benefited from the free agent signing of Julius Randle, right? In his first year as the guy, Julius Randle was 8th in MVP, right? Most improved player, all-star, and his team made the playoffs for the first time since me and Rob, the Knicks little boys. I'm going to say that, right? Now, to say it's unfair that he benefited because of, to say, well, what about all the baggage? Well, you can't cry wolf about all the baggage and then not accept the fact that you got good stuff coming in the door. Now, if it was a situation where there was no surplus of draft picks, the Knicks were 41-41, there was no free agent signing and all this stuff, then I would agree with you. But you can't just cry about the bad stuff and not give credit to the previous regime. For
Well,
good
I'm not crying about anything because Soulfinger
not,
went
not
all the
you,
way
not,
back.
not you, Rob.
No, but what I'm saying is this here: Soulfinger went all the way back to Shump. So how far can we go back?
Okay,
Blaming.
hold on, Ron, hold on. I'm saying using it as an example. We never
I know
had
you
young
did.
guys.
I totally understand.
It's not
But
attaching to Leon.
I,
I'm just saying it's a new
but
organization.
But exactly. But when you do that, that's exactly what you're doing.
How
Not
you doing
unintentional,
that?
not intentional. But when you go back that far unintentional, that's what it is. It is
That's
what it
like saying
is.
you just make it sound like an unknown. What I'm saying is, getting people to understand. Don't look at last time we had a young guy and tried to develop him. That was how long ago? We got something new now. So don't
No,
worry
that's not.
about in between.
But then that's
So
not true.
don't
That's
twist
a
up you're twisting up what I'm
that's
saying.
still a false Soulfinger. That's still a false statement.
How is it a false statement? We haven't had nobody from
Because
Shumpert before we got the other guy.
no. Let me tell you why. Because whether you see it in inches or foot or feet, quickly is growing right in front of you.
Rob, you're not making any sense of what I'm saying. I said we got young guys we got to develop them. We haven't developed anybody since we had Shumpert. Shumpert was one of the last young guys we had. So hold on, Rob, hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
What I'm saying is this. We got young guys. Let them cook. Let them develop. Last time we went a long spell of time without having anybody young since Shumpert. That's what I'm saying. It don't have to do with the last regime or what we did. I'm saying we hadn't had young because we traded off all those previous regimes, traded off those draft picks. So this is new for us. Yeah. This is new. Embrace the newness of what you got and roll with the young guys.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying. You misunderstood what I'm saying.
Okay. All right, maybe I misunderstood what you're saying, but I'm also still saying this here. It quickly is going into his third year. So when you say to me, when you say develop and developing, quickly and them are developing right in front of our eyes. So when you say developed is a finished product. Am I right? Soulfinger?
Developing, yeah. So we're going semantics now. Now we're going into semantics.
No, listen, see, Soulfinger, I listened to you. I did listen to you. Just let me get out what I understood about what you were saying, and then we can talk about that. When I said develop, when you say when the last time we developed somebody was Shump, but we have players that's developing. Would you agree to that?
Okay, since we're doing semantics, yes.
Okay, since they're developing, that means as though we're on the right course, so there's no need to go back to Shump. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, Rob, come on, man. That's a long reach, man. That's a long reach to come out like that. You know what I'm saying, Rob? I'm not gonna argue. I'm not arguing, Rob. Hey, you right as well. Just go ahead on, Rob. I'm done, Rob. I'm done.
Okay. All right.
I'm done because you keep going over. It's just,
you misunderstand what I'm saying because I'm just using that as an example because you got some people that go all the way back to the 90s and say the same thing and connect it to this regime. I'm trying to figure out where it stops at, that this regime begins and the other ones ended. That's all.
I said that when I was saying what I brought up about Shump, that I ended it. That was the since then. Now we have something new with the young guys we got now. It was no connection for that. I'm just saying, think about it. Think for those that can go back that far, remember when Shump was drafted. Because we got a lot of cats that were born in the 90s. You got some cats that's born here in 94 and whatever else. Don't remember a lot of that stuff. So,
but if you really look at Shump, from the day Shump got to the Knicks to the day he ended, what changed? He came in as his floor and his ceiling was right there. He never went past his defense. The scoring never went anywhere. You can look at his 10-year career and it reads all the same.
And what I'm saying is, Rob, we haven't developed. We had he was getting some development when he had Woody when he was under Woody.
Yeah.
When Woody had him, Woody was developing him. But then he had his injuries. That one thing that hurt him. But then he was traded, was let go, and then Woody was fine. So you didn't take the time to work with him. So now we're in a whole new system. Leon got these guys now. He made these picks. And Leon, be that as it may, some people may not like all the picks Leon made, but he's made some really good, solid picks. If you look at what he has, it's just that
Yeah.
we have to bring in the right cats to come in and help develop and cultivate the young talent. Who's going to be? Not all of them going to stay, and I'm not going to say that. Hey, Obi's going to stay or IQ going to stay or whoever else. This is not about that. It's who they feel can move forward. Because some of these guys will be pieces to be moved.
Who actually
So
fits
you
with what
think
they trying to do?
quickly? So
Yeah.
you think quickly in them are not being developed right?
I didn't say they're not being developed.
I'm
right?
asking a question. I didn't say you said it. I asked you a question.
No, it's like saying like help them get at the point that they should, so that we could then later assess and know, all right, who we actually gonna keep. Because even though you play nice, that doesn't mean that whatever you given is playing with the system that we actually trying to build. You know,
Are they moving in the right direction? Let me rephrase the question.
after what Jay Boogie said, I'm sorry. Like last season, assessing last season, no, because
Quickly is not moving. Quickly and Obi is not moving in the right direction.
You ain't said nothing about Quickly or Obi. You said the way that we looking, or we heading on.
But we're talking about developing, so we got to be talking about the young players. That goes without saying.
Yeah, we is with the rookies.
So we are going in the right direction with the rookies.
Yeah.
Not if we run this team back. If we run the same players back, I don't think so.
Well, we're talking about last year. We're not talking about the future. Let's clear up one area first. Then we can move forward. If you're saying that they are moving in the right direction, right? Can we agree with that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so what you don't?
No, let me clarify why I said I don't know. Because we don't know what would have happened had Tibbs played the younger guys more. We don't know what our record would be. We don't. Let's be real. Like last season, this season that just passed, rather, they was focused on winning now, capitalizing off of the fourth seed. It wasn't focused on the young players.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do, because what we're doing, we are isolating the young players. We are saying, did the young players, from what we've seen, not the record involving their skill set, the way that they see the game, did it improve from year one to year two?
Definitely.
Of course.
Okay, so, all right, so somebody had to be responsible for that.
Yeah.
The players themselves.
So that's the development staff. Would you agree?
No, yeah. I put it on the players themselves. Quickly said it.
Quickly said it himself that he's gotten better watching film by himself, not watching other players. That's what he's saying. Quickly's defense has gotten better, but he's still his IQ, no pun intended, far as
is a little bit suspect.
Yes, so with ball distribution and shot. Now that had to come because you put him in a position that he wasn't playing before. So you had to learn. Because remember, early on, he looked really, really bad in the beginning of the season, but he got better as the season came. RJ, you put him in a small forward position when he was playing the 2 guard, and then he has to adjust to playing the small forward. And he had an up and down season.
So now,
he had an up and down season, and then we talked about, and then he had to learn how to shoot again. And he's still working on his free throw shot. Yeah, but he was never a good free throw shooter.
So let's stick with Quickly in this film thing. Okay, Quickly said that, I did hear Quickly say that, he watched the film by himself. But wouldn't you think that somebody had to tell Quickly where the film is at? This is where you go to do this. This is what you need to look for. Quickly ain't just start developing all this film by himself. Somebody is responsible for that. He took the initiative to push it forward, but somebody had the film there that was on the staff. So that's still part of team building.
Well,
but the way you and look, and this is no shot, but look, this is like saying, okay, Don P is in here baking chicken, and I sprinkle 2 sprinkles of Lawry's on it, and I'm a chef.
No. Not only that, Soul Finger. Look at it this way. It's like Rob. Look at it this way. If 100 people go to $1 million course, and they got all the ingredients to know what they need to do to become a millionaire. Not everybody's going to be a millionaire because they don't put in the effort or they don't put in the work that has to be involved in it. Like they have all the ingredient.
Okay, but look at here. I can have the argument that quickly is the sprinkle because I'm providing all the ingredients. All you're doing is putting it in the oven by watching the film.
I'm gonna put it
look, every day I have to break down. Now listen to how film works. Every day I have to break down and isolate the part of the film that you're doing, put it somewhere that you can go to and isolate on just you. Eric Spoelstra started off as the film guy. That's important. Yeah. You can't minimize the film.
True.
You know, and that's what I'm saying about that. That starts somewhere. If I have to isolate you, put you out there, and all you have to do is hold this remote, hit the button, and just watch you. And I don't get no credit for putting that together as far as being on the staff. Come on, fellas. We got to do better than that.
I see what you're saying, but here's my thing, though. You mentioned Eric Spoelstra. The Heat organization right now has a reputation for drafting a certain type of players and acquiring certain type of players. To them, it's all about their mentality. It's all about character as well as talent.
The only thing I mentioned about Eric Spoelstra was just where he came from with the film and the importance of the film.
But
just what his job used to be, so we'll know as the panel and as players and as Knicks fans that the film is important.
Yeah, but the
film is important. It's just not like the film like we watching it on TV. No, this is a total breakdown of one isolated player, and you have to do that for everybody on the team.
Let me ask you something. Did Tibbs develop Derrick Rose or Jimmy Butler? Or did they do
when he got Derrick Rose was in his third season. So he didn't develop Derrick Rose at all.
Jimmy Butler? Or did Jimmy Butler
he had a hand in on Butler. You couldn't take it away from him because Butler was a rookie. You would have to say so. You would have to say so. Whether I like it or not, I would have to say so, yes, because he had him as a rookie. And Butler admitted that he did himself. So I would have to say yes.
Yeah, but at the same time, Rob, the way I'm seeing it is that we are focusing on one thing and we still haven't even fixed the fundamental. This team, compared to other teams that is solidified, it's not a team that we should even put it in the mix because everything looked lost. So, yeah, you might have something working on, but whenever you put it as a whole group, collectively, it sucks. The end product sucked.
This year, it did, but you couldn't say that for the year before. So right now, when you look at the organization, it's like 1-1.
You're right. But at the same time, something has to give because it's like you playing throughout the whole season. We started whatever month we started. By January or February, something had to change. Nothing would change.
I agree with you 100% on with the job that Tibbs did a piss poor job. You'll never get an argument with me with that. But what I would say is this here. There's a difference between team building and team acquisition. Let me ask you a question. Answer this question. Mm-hmm. Tell me your 5 players without a name. Don't give me a name. What would you require? The requirements from your point guard, your shooting guard, your small forward, your power forward, and your center. What are the requirements? Don't give me a name of a player. What would you look for in your point guard? What would you want your point guard to do?
You want me
to lead a team?
Floor general.
You say what?
Floor general.
Somebody who can facilitate.
All right. So describe the attributes of what you want him to do. Okay, floor general. For just because you say you're a floor general on the floor, what do you want him to do from the point guard position?
Facilitate.
How tall you want him to be?
Yep.
And what are his attributes that you need?
All right, in today's NBA, somebody preferably 6'3", 6'4", who could facilitate, who could defend at the point of attack, who could put other
Okay,
players in easier positions to score. That's that's
okay,
that's an ideal point guard.
okay.
You
So
put a
what
shooting
your
guard,
shooting guard look like?
somebody who at the bare minimum, somebody who's a D&3 player, somebody who can defend.
Well, you got to give me height. Give me height and give me something. Height,
That's
scoring. How much you want them to score a game? What you want?
as far as height goes. I will go somewhere along the lines of the prototypical 6'6", bare minimum. 6'6",
Okay.
bare minimum.
How much he score in the game?
At
He
least
could score
18.
anywhere from
At least 18.
yeah. No, I mean he could score anywhere because I mean here's the thing. It's interchangeable between the 3 and the 2.
Yep.
He could score
Hey, look, bro.
anywhere
It's no
between.
right or wrong answer. I'm just asking you about your player. You don't have to go through all the semantics. Just tell me what you got.
Yeah, he could score anywhere
I
from
understand.
10 to 15
You
points.
said how much?
Bare minimum. 10 to 15
You said
points, bare minimum.
15 points. Okay. How about your small forward?
Small forward, I would say the same thing. He just
15
gotta
a
grab-
game?
Yeah, 10, 15 a game.
Okay. Okay, so your power forward.
Power forward, hey, he's gonna have to get some rebounds. At least what? 8
Okay,
rebounds?
how much he's scoring?
I don't
At
know.
least 20.
It depends. Anywhere between what? 10 points to what? I don't know, 10 to 12 points. I mean, like the questions you asking is loaded because you got different types of players.
No, it's really not loaded. It's really not a loaded question.
So let me
It's
ask
really
you,
not.
Let me ask you this: is Enes Kanter the same center as a Tyson Chandler? Do you expect a Tyson Chandler to score 15, 20 points a game, or do you expect Enes Kanter to score 15 to 20 points a game?
Bro, you didn't understand the question. I said, what are the attributes that you like? You can add defense, you can add offense. This is your player.
I mean,
I'm asking you.
I was saying instead of giving a specific way, a specific skill on how I want them to score. As far as attributes go, yes, I want my 2 to be athletic. I want him to be able to defend, and I want him to be able to shoot the 3 from the perimeter. As far as I want him to be able to shoot, I want him to be able to defend, and I would prefer for my 3 to be athletic. If not athletic, have a heck of an IQ.
Okay. Hey, look, you on the right track. That's all I asked you. It wasn't a loaded question. I just want, when you're building your team, what would it look like? That's all I asked you. I wasn't trying to trip you up or anything like that. I just wanted to know what type of player. Okay, you wanted but look, bro, one thing that you got wrong in 4 positions. If you got everybody scoring 10 to 15 points, your starting lineup is getting under 70 points a game. You got a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But Ron, wait a minute. Two things. First of all, you asked him what player he wanted, so he can't be wrong. But he can't be wrong by giving his opinion.
No, I just added up.
And two, right? I got you. But you asked him what he wanted, and he told you what he wanted. So you can't say he's wrong because what you want is not the same thing as what he wants.
No, look.
Right? And
I
secondly, you also said at a minimum. At a minimum. So at a minimum, if he scored 10 points a game, don't mean he'll average 10 points a game. That means at a minimum, he's providing 10 points, which means he can go above and beyond those 10
20,
points.
30, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so look, he can go to 100 like that. So as a bare minimum, but look, I'm just saying this here. When all I did, Freezy, was add up the numbers, and I looked at the league average in the NBA from starters. That's why I said that he started off wrong.
Right.
That's what I did. I just took it and I matched it towards that. It wasn't my personal opinion from what starters do. You know what I'm saying? I just looked at it like that. That if your starters is getting 60 points a game, you're in trouble.
Yeah, but even if you take it even a step further, Rob, instead of figuring out what type of player we actually need, we need to actually understand what type of system are we running. Are we running? Let me just say, finish saying this. Are we going to be an offensive type of team, or are we going to be defense type of team?
It's your team.
Because I know, but I'm going based on what happened this year. So we are like, just because we got Coach Thibodeau, we already all acknowledge that it's a defensive team. But this is one of the worst, or might be the worst team in defense. How can that be possible?
They was ranked 11th in the league.
Hey, real quick, hey Freeze, what was the original topic you had for the day? Or you just rocking, you freestyling it?
The original topic, well, the first topic was the Knicks franchise, excuse me, is in imminent danger of making, excuse me, of making a boneheaded move out of desperation. That's what I started off with.
Okay.
But Freezy, you putting everything in desperation because you said if the Knicks don't do this, so you added desperation to the situation.
No, I didn't.
You didn't say if the Knicks didn't do this summer, if the Knicks didn't do this summer, it was gonna be trouble.
No. What I said was, if the Knicks fail at what the rumor mill is saying they're trying to do, the Knicks are in trouble. Is what I said.
So okay, so look, this is all I was about to say. Look, if you got a 6'6" Freezy, let me ask you, same question, chop it up the way that you want. The attributes that you looking in your starting five is what? Consist of
I don't
height.
care. As long as
All right.
I
Huh?
don't care as long as we win. I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
my main thing is win.
okay, so win and championship are two different things. Phoenix Suns won, but they don't got no championship.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
That's true point, right? So do you want to win or do you want a championship? A championship, I assume, right?
I want to win a championship.
Okay, yeah. You want the championship.
Yeah, but
so you don't want to just win. You want to win a championship.
Rob, but we can't even win a championship if we don't even get to a postseason.
Okay, so look, this is only thing I'm saying is this here. This is what I'm saying. You got team acquisitions and you got team building. Those are two different things. What Philadelphia did is acquisitions. Knocked out. What Golden State did was team building. There's different ways to get about it. Boston is team building. So if you're going to take on the team building route, it's certain things that you have to have in place in basketball, period. Period. And two things that you have to have is a defensive center. You can look at the 4 teams that was left. One got exposed because they didn't have one. The other one went on because they did have one. And they're looking like that in the other series. So the two key positions is the point guard, the shooting guard, and your center. You got to have that. And there's height requirements for those positions. 6'3", yeah, for the shooting guard. I mean for the for the point guard. 6'6" and 6'6", 6'5" to 6'7" for your shooting guard. If you don't have those two things in order with a skill set, you're not getting a championship. So when you start talking about Spider Mitchell, a 6'3" shooting guard that doesn't play defense, you're not getting a championship. And the history of basketball proves it. You have to go back 35 years when you had a backcourt of 6'1" and 6'3", and the 6'3" guy was a defensive player of the year. So if you don't
agree on that, I agree with one. But go ahead.
You know, and if you don't have those two things in place, you're not winning the championship unless you got a generational talent on that team that's controlling the ball. And if you don't have that, so when you do team building versus team acquisitions, think what you really want and what you really need. And if you're not getting it at that position, you have to scratch that player.
Easily.
I don't care how good you think the guy is. If he's not working from the place that he's leaving,
I agree.
Coming to you, you're starting your team off with a problem. All Donovan Mitchell is with his skill set right now, and people going to go crazy. He's a glorified 6 man. He can give you buckets, but down the stretch, A 6'6" guy is going to exploit him every night in the playoffs. And you won't win a championship unless you remove him out. And to make that a fact, you look at the Utah Jazz when they had Hornacek and they had Stockton running the point. For 3 years, they couldn't get by San Antonio. The year that they replaced Hornacek with Byron Russell, they went to the championship. Unlucky, they ran into another 6'6" point guard, Michael Jordan, that they just couldn't overcome. So know that about team building before you start picking players that's on other teams. It may lead to wins, but it won't lead to a championship.
Even though Trae Young, he plays defense, is he really known for defense?
Trae Young won't win a championship.
I know, but that's not my question. My question is, like, is he known for defense?
No.
All right, so he beat us, a defensive team. They also beat a Philly, and it's
I said a championship. I didn't say you can't do a good playoff run.
Gotcha.
AI went to the championship, but he couldn't beat the Lakers. I never said you couldn't get to the playoffs. I said win a championship. Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas, and back then they played a different style of ball, and that was the shortest backcourt in 32 years to win a championship. Every other position, the guard was at least 6'4", 6'5", and if you take the Miami years, you had LeBron on that team. Jason Kidd fitted the bill. Every other thing, every situation that you look at, a 6'3" non-defensive playing. That's why San Antonio had to send Germano Ginobili as the sixth man, because of the defense. You couldn't start him. And if the Knicks, you have to get that right. Now, the Knicks got a 6'5" shooting guard that's going to be in his second year. I'm not saying he's the one, but the prototype, that's what you need. You're not going to win. Look at Boston. They're long at that position. Danny Ainge noticed. So if Donovan Mitchell comes on the market, don't be surprised. But the Knicks bet not bite, because you're going to get good wins, but you're not going to get a championship. Look what he did against Denver, him and Murray. They canceled each other out, scoring 50 points. Everybody said a hell of a game. When it looked like two undersized guards going at each other, giving each other the business. And neither one of them got near a championship. And you will always have those shortcomings if your guards are not of that height. That's team building. You have to have it. If you want a championship, you want to win games, go get Donovan Mitchell. You want a championship, you team build.
I agree with you. That's why I don't want Jalen Brunson. That's why I'm not cool with Colin Sexton.
Hey, look at here. Jalen Brunson, you know what? Jalen, I agree with it. I wouldn't take Jalen Brunson, but Jalen Brunson with a 6'6", 6'7" guard next to him that plays defense, you may be able to get somewhere. But as that shooting guard, look at Damian Lillard and CJ McCollum. They got all the way to the Western Conference Finals. Couldn't get no further.
Yeah.
Because in the fourth quarter, they exploit those positions.
Yeah.
And if you don't have height, and then how are you going to take a $250 million player out the game? Yeah. You caught up in your own politics then, because if you remove them and you lose, you're getting fired. Yep. If you stay, it's wait till next year.
Yep.
Don't put yourself in that position, New York. Let that man go. Donovan Mitchell won't see a ring until he get older and he becomes a sixth man on somebody else's team. As a starter, it ain't no way. His defense is not good enough, and it's not good enough for us after 50 years we didn't win to even try it. Mm-hmm. That's something Golden State can try because they just win in rings. We can't even try it. Steph is what, 6'2"? Clay 6'7". You see how that works? And Steph is not a defender, but Clay is. And then that's why Wiggins worked with them, because he does what Clay used to do. And that's why they're going back to the championship. It's that easy. We have to be careful at that position, fellas. At that shooting guard position, you don't see no stretch five down the stretch winning no championship, or that's in this championship hunt right now. It's defensive centers. It's defensive centers. Mooney, you got Williams in Boston, and they're going to probably, and they're gonna be the ones who probably go for it. Them stretch fives, man, that y'all talking about that everybody in love with, that's not part of championship basketball. It's part of winning basketball, but it's not championship basketball. Your best player cannot be firing threes 7 foot tall, and you're gonna be expected to win a championship. That's not happening. That's not happening. With 2 minutes to go in the close game, you don't want your center pulling up from three. So don't even get in the habit of that. That's bad basketball. You will lose. You will lose. Ayton, he got a little 15-foot. Everybody in love with him. You better have your center that can protect the paint, a guard that can protect the drive. So that the center doesn't have to make 5 or 6 decisions in one because the guards are getting torched.
Oh, geez, wait a minute. I'm perplexed at what you're asking or what you're stating, right? Are you saying small guards can't win championships?
No, I said small shooting guards can't win championships.
Okay. All right. Fred VanVleet won a championship. Him and Kyle Lowry's in the backcourt together. They won a championship.
Yeah, what was the generational talent there? I said a generational talent.
Every championship team is gonna have a generational talent, though, bro.
No, they don't. Yes, who was Detroit's generational talent?
When
they won
the last
it
time they won it?
When they won it with Billups?
Yeah, it was about role players who they role.
You got an outlier. You just picked an outlier. Like the one team that did it in 100 years, you picked that one.
Well, you picked out the one team. All right, go through the list, Freezy.
Okay, so
that's what I said. If you didn't listen to what I said without a generational talent.
You can't win a championship with stretch big, except the reigning NBA champions did it.
Unless you had a generational talent, that's what I said.
The Mavs also did it. The Mavs also did it against LeBron and the Heat.
Right.
Yeah, but you had.
And the Heat also did it. The Heat also did it with Chris Bosh.
But they had LeBron was the generational talent.
Right. No. So what I'm saying is, I understand where you're coming from, because traditionally, this method should be what we use going forward, because you can't depend on generational talent coming in the door, right? So I understand where you're coming from, but just hear me out on the reason why I say you have to be patient with this method, right? So if you go 6'3", 6'6", 6'9", 6'11", 7 foot, right? If you go the traditional method, right? If you go, for instance, the Philadelphia 76ers with Dr. J and them, 6'3", 6'6", 6'9", 6'11", 7 foot, right? If you go that method, it seems like the template for winning the championship, because it seems like most teams that had that template won championships, right? You know what I'm saying? But there were other teams that didn't do that, like the 1980s Boston Celtics. The 1980s Boston Celtics, Danny Ainge was not a 6'6", 6'7" shooting guard.
Freezy, you must didn't hear what I said, Freezy. Since they changed the style of play, I don't know if you must have went somewhere.
No, I'm here.
Okay, so you going back to 1980? They changed the style of play in 1995. You went about 15 years before.
I know that. But you got to listen.
That's why I said in 32 years.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, you say that, and others may not understand where you're going from. What I'm saying is I can kind of see where you're going if you're establishing a template. If you're saying, I'm going to build this team based on what I know to be proven, right? That's what you're saying, right?
After not winning the championship for 50 years, yeah, you better have a formula.
Yeah.
Yes,
Most
definitely.
So the thing is, you have to be patient with that, because even if you want a 6'3" point guard, a 6'3" point guard to your liking is not going to be in every draft. And if he is in your draft, you may not be able to trade up and get him, right?
But that's average basketball height, Freezy. We're not asking for something crazy.
Okay, all right. So if it's average, how come we don't have one?
What, the 6'3" point guard?
The 6'3" franchise point guard that you're talking about. How come we don't have one?
Well, I didn't say he had to be a franchise point guard. I never said that.
Well, if you get him to be a point guard on a championship team, he has to be a franchise point guard.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Because you're not gonna bring in a bench player to play point for you.
No, look, Chauncey Billups was not what I call a franchise point guard. He was a good point guard, but he wasn't a franchise point guard.
Man, he went to the finals. He led that team to the finals twice.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. But he was part of a unit. You had Rashid, you had Hamilton gonna go to the Hall of Fame before Chauncey. You know what I'm saying? So they had good players. You wouldn't consider somebody getting kicked around and played on 8 different teams a franchise player, Freezy. I'm sorry. He was a good point guard.
He was,
serviceable.
He is a very good point guard, but you can't just say
he shot 41% for his career and 39% from 3. His markings was 85% from the line and hitting shots in crucial moments. If you look at his career stats, Freezy, it mirrors what RJ would be able to do to become a great player, a good player.
Right. Except they play 2 different positions. But I understand what you're saying.
And win a championship.
Yeah. So what I'm getting at is this. I understand where you're coming from, right? But ultimately, in order to get the players that you want and your team building thing, you're asking Knicks fans to be patient with the front office, right? Ultimately, like when I hear you go through the spiel of asking the question, ultimately,
we 2 years in. Yes, most
am
definitely.
I right? Am I right with my assessment? You're
most
saying
definitely.
Be patient.
Freezy, you always knew that.
Okay,
you always knew that.
All right. No. So what I'm getting at is this: if you're asking the fan base to be patient while the front office make these moves, right? At the same time, you still have to show the fan base something.
Yeah.
Even if it's incremental progress. You got to show them something, because you're not going to tell me to be patient and we getting blown out on a national TV game by a team that barely made the playoffs. I ain't being patient for that.
Yeah.
You know what the patience is, Freezy, that you missing? The Knicks organization showed you one thing. They showed you that they can draft well. I can't wait to see what they do with 11 pick. Look what they did with a 25. Look what they did with a 2nd. Let's see what they do with a 11. Look what they did with the ones in the 20s. I can't wait to see what they gonna do. What gym they gonna find that nobody know, that nobody's seen, and dust off the dirt and look at that diamond. They've been doing their thing as far as this draft is concerned. Nobody can say they haven't.
I'm not impressed at all.
I'm not impressed either.
Well, they found starters in the late rounds. Teams don't do that.
Yeah, but
teams don't do that.
But for us as Knicks fan, because we all Knicks fan, I
see it this. It was impressive.
I see it this way. People be saying like, "Oh, we have a star. Oh, we got a franchise player." Cut that crap. And the only reason
I didn't say franchise player. I said good player.
No. I'm just saying in general. I'm not going directly towards you, Rob. I'm just saying in general. Takes like that really strike a nerve to me, because it's like, if that's our franchise player and we didn't even made it to the postseason, oh God, help us all.
But we did make it to the postseason.
No, this season. Let me bring
my guy in real quick. Hold on.
What's good? What's going on?
Hey, man. into it.
What's going on, Sam? I am.
Rob
Going
trying
on,
to
so how y'all doing?
Rob being the double agent for Leon Rose.
I've been listening to Rob, man.
Hey,
Rob
hey,
being Leon Rose double agent.
I'm just pointing out certain positions in team building just need to be the right way. They just need to be the right way. Do what you're gonna do. Find the gyms you're gonna find. But look, you can't have that backcourt, no 6'1", 6'2" backcourt and think you're gonna win a championship. Not in today's NBA. It's not built that way.
Man, I want to think about championship later on. First, I just want to see ourselves being in the postseason consistently. If we not consistently in the postseason, we shouldn't even be thinking about the playoff, because it's like you skipping steps already. We skipping step, and it's like we still haven't even fixed the fundamental, and we already thinking about the pie. How?
Nice. What we've been talking about, the Knicks just need to be good, guys.
Yeah.
Like, we're not even good right now. Everybody knows this.
Yeah, but it's steps though. Yeah, we're not good.
Yeah,
but trading everybody, you're gonna just be average.
Oh, I'm not for that. I just wanted to say that, Rob. I'm not for that either. By the way.
Well, I see it this way.
I don't want to be average.
Like,
I don't want to be average.
With everything that I'm seeing, is either right now what the Knicks is doing is like semi building or semi like, well, we're gonna continue on what we have. Like, I don't want to see no semi stuff, bro. Like, if something is not working out or whatever, just get ready and get kicked out. Because the thing is, like, no player that we have right now is guaranteed. Anything can happen. They could get traded. They might progress in another team. They might never show up. They might become Dennis, the dude that we traded for Derrick Rose. Like, nobody is guaranteed. Like, give us the best of your ability this season. Worry about this season, and let us assess. All right, now we see something good, but we are not seeing nothing special. For us to
it's not nothing special. You're right about that.
For us to be saying, like, yeah, because believe me, Rob, I want to see this team progress. I love all cats that's in playing for the team, but at the same time, if I'm seeing certain cats in the Knicks that they're not showing like 100%, and on defense, like people just go right through them, like, oh, you ain't doing nothing. I'm not even going to respect you. Like,
yeah, but did you know that they was 11th? Because you made that comment about defense. Did you know that the Knicks was ranked 11th? Did you know that?
Well, they wasn't 11 at the beginning.
Man, you're gonna say that? It's not where you start; it's where you finish.
Well, but that's my point, Rob. If it took us almost close to the end of the season.
You don't get there close to the end of the season. You can't do that close.
But that was almost close, because at what time that we let me finish.
They started making that move in January. They started making that move in January.
When we sat down Kemba Walker.
In February.
And it took us that long.
Look,
yeah, man.
You don't just
forget
you
that.
Don't just gradually become the worst to the middle of the pack in 3 games.
Yeah, but that nah, bro. Like, it took you a little bit too long to realize something is not working out, because that was a lot of games that we lost that we could have won, and we should have won, and people wasn't
not
making
saying that, but you can't blame the defense for it. That's all I'm saying. We could not put the ball in the hoop. Bottom line. That was a problem. The defense wasn't a problem.
The defense was a problem for at least the first 30 for sure.
First 30 games, 50 games, we settled the ship.
But then, you know, you're right, Rob. It was, they couldn't put the ball in the hole. A lot of free throws were missed. But actually, you're both right, because it was a combination of both down the line.
Yeah.
Some games we had good defense.
We should have
couldn't put the ball in the hole. And then other end, defense, the defense couldn't hold water like a sieve. So, you know, it was a combination of a lot of things on there. It was just chuck it up. This season was a bad season in far as wins and losses, but in some aspects you did get some shining lights out of it too, some bright spots.
Yeah, I want to respond to a lot of what Rob said. You caught me agreeing with a lot of things you saying at the tail end of your points because it kind of was moving the goalposts. With all due respect, you was talking about how the coaches were developing young players, and yeah, to a degree he was. But I give all the credit to the young players themselves
To
developing.
what degree? The coaching staff ain't improved no. Man, I heard that point. I didn't say nothing for two reasons. For one, them ball peanuts I was eating was banging, and two, I didn't.
Hey, look, like I said,
I didn't agree, right?
hey,
So,
like I said, if a film guy can become a coach, that means as though there's a job somewhere, even though we might not respect the job. But to acquire and get that film together,
Barrett get better this season.
You say what?
Was RJ Barrett a better player in 2022 than he was in 2021?
No.
I gotta be honest with you, Freeze.
Right. What about? Wait, let me. Was Emmanuel Quickly a better player in 2022 than he was in his rookie season?
Oh,
in some aspect of the game, yes.
No, he was terrible.
Yes,
he was terrible.
He was better. He was better running a team this year than he was last year.
Yeah.
No,
he was to me.
No,
to me, he was.
No, he wasn't. OG, man, you
talking about. Hey, look, to me, he was. He was better running a team this year than he was last year.
Quickly was better shooter at the beginning, like in his first year, but as a team collectively,
Quickly came out the gates and was flat out terrible for 7/8 of the season, and he turned it around in April with 2 triple.
No, he turned it around in late February.
No,
it wasn't April.
Quickly was terrible.
No, in late February.
So that we were clamoring on this show, we were saying bench Quickly and play Miles.
Man, we be saying that about everybody, Freezy.
Right, but Quickly did not come out the gates.
He didn't come out the gate. Neither did RJ.
But
was that the coaching staff or was that RJ?
But OG, again, when good things happen, you can't give credit to the coaching staff. And then
I'm not. I'm asking you the question.
What we want to do is, man, just be even. Quickly was terrible for most of the season, and he turned it around late.
Yeah, but
and we attribute that to when Quickly said, "Hey, what was the turnaround for?" Hey, man, I just started watching film different. Everybody remember that. That's the line of demarcation. When Quickly said that, we knew his season was turned around because before that, Quickly was garbage, right? And so
so much so a lot of us was like, "Why is he on the floor?
Why he even got a jersey?"
Yeah,
he was that bad. And so the point that I'm making is we can't conveniently give the front office kudos when good stuff happened, and when bad stuff happened, we sweep it under the rug and blame the player. That ain't fair.
Yeah,
it's not. I agree.
But at the same time, we I see it this way, I don't want to say the coaching staff, but pretty much the front office and also the fans, we gotta stop being subjective because not all the players is the same. There's players that right out of the jump, the season could start, they continue on wherever they left. Obi and Quickly seems to me that they the type of player that they need time. Even RJ is the type of player that also needs time. But what's the difference between RJ Quickly and Obi? RJ be playing regardless. He could play a BS type of game for 10 games straight, and on the 11 he'll still play for 20 or 40 minutes. Quickly or Obi, man, if either of them make any type of mistake, they will be set down for a game or two.
Well, no, hold on. One thing, I'm with you on that, nice. Except for Quickly had way more rope than Obi.
Yes,
Quickly had more rope than Obi.
That's a fact.
Yeah, and Miles McBride Quickly had more. Man, you
and McBride
was with Quickly.
I don't even think McBride had a rope.
He going to the G League.
You know what? You're right, Sam. He did. He didn't get a rope. He didn't get it. McBride didn't even have a yard.
But it comes to the point that if you put both of them and try to compare apple to apple, I'm not denying that Quickly has made a lot of mistake. But there has been a lot of times that even RJ made mistake that is like bro, what the beep? And you still see him. So it's like we cannot be acting like, well, one is doing it and the other is like there's a reason he's playing 40 minutes.
RJ fouling dude. Why was RJ Barrett fouling dudes on a fast break? RJ, you know you're not a jumper. You know you're not a leaper. Why you gonna foul a dude that's getting ready to dunk? Let him have the dunk, RJ.
Yeah.
And that's my beef with people who doubt Cam Reddish. It's like, Cam Reddish suck. It's like RJ Barrett had way more opportunities to fill, and he's still on the court. It's all about opportunities. He had way more opportunities than anybody to fill, and he's still on the court. The take of Obi Toppin, he's trash. Yo, Julius Randle had way more opportunities to fill, and he's on the court. So, like, I definitely agree with you, Nice, for sure. It boils down to who has the opportunity to play through their mistakes and who doesn't. That's what it boils down to.
And I'm gonna expound on that. I'm gonna expound on that. That is exactly why, and everybody can pretty much agree with me on this. We do not need to bring back the same exact roster from this past season. Somebody needs to be moved.
Yeah,
honestly, me personally, I hate to say it because I'm the biggest D Rose fan, but he needs to be moved. You can move Mr. Stickman. He needs to go. If you can find a way to get Evan Fournier a more comfortable role off the bench, I feel like that would be a good move. So if you bump up somebody like a Cam Reddish or you draft a guy at a wing and have them prove themselves, I think that could also work. But we can't run it back with this same roster. Somebody's got to go.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam, let me ask you a question to that. Hey, so how did school end, by the way?
Oh, it's good. I graduated with honors. I'm done. I'll be up in Marquette Law in about a couple of months. So I'll be starting there, getting my master's and my JD.
Congratulations, brother.
Congrats, man. Congrats, bro.
Yeah. Hey, so I'm gonna ask you a question based off what you said, right? So moving Evan Fournier to the bench, what does the alternative provide that Evan Fournier does not provide?
You mean off the bench, or are you saying starting? What do you mean?
No. Just so if you send Fournier to the bench, who's his replacement?
I mean, I put in a guy who actually plays defense because you need Evan Fournier's scoring punch off the bench. We have nobody who can shoot the ball.
But who is it though?
If I'm being honest right now with who we have, with no changes, you have to bump Cam Reddish up. If we have nobody else.
So if you bring up Cam Reddish, right? What does Cam Reddish provide in the starting lineup that Evan Fournier does not?
Defense.
And
versatility.
And I think offensive flexibility, and I think he is the dude where Fournier can go off for 30. I think Cam Reddish is the guy that may be able to go off for 40 if given the opportunity.
Yeah, I think what we seen last season, with Cam, I'm sorry for the background. I know how Atlanta is, but with Cam, you just need to give him the opportunity. We saw last season he was trying to get more comfortable in the games, especially right before he got hurt. So it's kind of like, you get a guy out there, he's able to get his feet wet some, and he gets more comfortable on the court. So you can't just have a guy. We've seen, multiple times, countless times. The one that everybody remembers is when Frank got thrown in there straight off the bench. I mean, you can't expect the guy to be just on it. He needs to be comfortable out there on the court. He needs burn. So I think that, throwing Cam in the starting lineup, plus, this is a contract season. See what you got in the guy. See if him and RJ Barrett have been working on their connection. And I'd like to see that start off.
What did we see in Frank anyway?
I saw nothing in Frank, and we saw it.
Frank
is the same person now that we had that's in Dallas, which is why, we saw that. So
what's the thing with Cam? I like Cam a lot, but man, every single time I see him on the floor and he show us what he could give.
What happened?
I don't know. I guess he's out.
Oh yeah, he's in the mattress right now.
It's a blessing, but
I think Nice was leading to injury.
Yeah, that's definitely a good sign.
So whenever I see a player like that, I'd rather not rely on a player like that so much. And as much I don't want to say it, I'd rather keep Cam Reddish on the bench for that, because the starting position is more aggressive, And if you put Cam to be aggressive and show his potential, he might continue to keep on getting injured every single season.
I disagree with
So
that.
trade him. We can't worry about a 22-year-old player getting hurt.
I disagree. Steph Curry went through the same thing. He went through the same thing. He was about to be out the league because of his ankles.
But it's not just his ankles. He out on the shoulder now, ain't he?
Well, he's going to be healed from that by the time the season comes around.
Hey, look, you can be healed from a lot, but when you're 22 years old and you constantly in injury, he never showed us anything to have all of this upside in him. He did a couple of things in Atlanta.
He had 6'8"
He did.
small
He
forward.
did. I'm saying for us. Well, but look, it's still a skill set, Freezy.
Well, he couldn't have really shown much if he got DNPs for 2 weeks.
Me personally, I don't think he's good enough. Everybody talks about his upside, but like my cousin told us when we made it to trade, and I brought this to Freezy's attention too. My cousin said, and he lives in Atlanta. He said, he's our Kevin Knox. We didn't lose nothing and we didn't gain nothing getting him.
Rob, I beg to differ.
That was my look. This comes out of Georgia. I don't have nothing to do with that. I didn't watch.
You know what? I can shoot that. I'm not even gonna go back and forth on that. You guys know I stay in Atlanta, so I could easily argue that. But I'm gonna just let you have that one.
All right. So Freezy had a show to where he was comparing players potential wise to what they little play comparisons, right?
Right.
And y'all compare RJ to who? Jimmy Butler? Who y'all compare RJ to? Was it Jimmy Butler?
I hope it's not
RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett. Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and I love RJ Barrett. Right? Let me address Paris Duggar first. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, if Cam was in the draft, would pick would he be? I say he would be 4.
Top 5 for sure.
Yeah, because of his tantalizing potential, but not because of anything that he did. Right? But to answer
potential get you fired.
Potential gets you fired. Yep. Ask Gettleman. Gettleman know about that. But my point is this what Don P said? Who RJ Barrett's comp? I don't think RJ Barrett has a comp no more, bro. And RJ Barrett's 3rd year, to me, was the worst year of his career. Right? He looked terrible all year. Right? All year long. On defense, his 3-pointer was missing. And it looks like a clear example of a kid comfortable in the NBA now. Like, oh yeah, I'm here now, and the Knicks ain't going. I'm here now. I made it.
What about the hard worker? Come on, Freezy. They say you can't take that away from the.
I'll take
all of it.
And that's
super hard worker.
Yeah, but RJ has the capability, but bro, sometimes his shot selection is very suspect. Very suspect.
Let me ask you.
Shot selection can be suspect, the way he finishes, and then his choices of when to and when not to pass. And he does need to work on his defense, but the worst thing is his free throws.
There's an echo with
somebody got some feedback. I can't tell.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Rob a question. Like, so what is RJ Barrett good at? Because the only thing I could give him is his mental. Again, like, I don't think he really had all that much talent.
Hey, look, RJ is this is RJ's right now summed up. The jack of all trades, master of none. He can do a lot of things well. He does a lot of things well, but nothing elite.
Right.
I don't even think he does anything well.
Well,
why do you think
Rob that? He rebounds, he assists. You know what I'm saying? He can bring the ball up. He does basketball things well, and he's a streaky scorer. So with his skill, he got a bunch of intangibles, and The skill set, he scores on will alone and hard work. But he doesn't have anything right now that you can look at and just say he exceeds in that.
Yep.
Yep.
And that's a problem. That's why I think RJ Will, because he has to work 5 times harder than his peers in order to put numbers on the board.
Hey, John P, that echo's coming from you, bro.
Is it coming from me?
Yeah, you got some headphones you can plug in?
Sometimes I gotta leave out and come back in. Okay. I may do that. If that doesn't work, then I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna leave out.
Why do you think that I keep on saying that it's very detrimental when we come out and say that, oh, but we have a leader in the team? There ain't no leader in the team, not as of yet. Now, if anybody want to have that conversation, at least bring the team should bring.
I agree with you. No leader has emerged to me either.
Hey, nice. I said that early on, early in our conversation.
Yeah,
we don't have a leader. RJ's trying to take it on. He has some attributes, but we don't have a designated leader on the team.
Yeah,
you can try to put it on. You can try to put it on Hodge and D Rose.
Yeah.
No,
like
they don't contribute enough to me to even warrant them being the leader.
And
I agree with you. Hey, as many times I butt heads, I agree with you, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you.
And I was about to say this. Like, I was about to say that Julius Randle is our leader, but because everything that happened this season, man, he lost all his Sonic ring, bro. Like, he hit a wall or something.
yeah, he's done for.
Like, I won't go that far to say that he's done for, but now we are back to square one. Like, take us again to the postseason and let's now assess who's our actual leader. But till then, if we are not in the postseason, we don't have a leader. Anything is up for grab. Because I'm not going to put a limit to any potential player that we have that feels like he could fit in that role. And hey, if you believe that's your take, prove it.
Yeah, I mean, again, if we're talking about leaders, like I said, I'm gonna say again, I don't think RJ Barrett to me is all that talented compared to his peers. I mean, you could throw his stats at me if you want to, but like I said, he has to work really hard to get those stats, really hard. To whereas other players, it comes a little bit easier to them.
But for instance, Zion and Ja have 44-inch verticals. The dudes that drafted right ahead of RJ Barrett can legit jump out of the gym. RJ can't. Because we saw RJ do the rim grazer windmill dunk. Remember he did the windmill dunk? He grazed the rim and pulled the rim down and he barely got it in there? I was like, and Obi was looking like, yo, don't do that.
Don't do that again.
Yeah, don't ever do that again. So.
Don't do that again. Because remember Obi thought he was gonna pass it, and RJ took off and did the windmill, the left-handed windmill and rim graze. Man, if RJ hadn't missed that dunk in a game, oh my God. Right? And so I'm not knocking RJ. Yeah. I'm saying he's doing the best with what he has available.
And it's not gonna get any better.
Yeah. At the same time, you gotta have better type of decision. Like at some point I'll be seeing or be thinking that the team, and I'm not gonna pinpoint just one player, I'm saying all of them. Sometimes they be very selfish. How come if you have like 2 players or 3 players guarding you, trying to defend on you, you still feel like you Allen Iverson or Kobe or Michael Jordan and still try to shoot over them? Like that's inexcusable. Because if you have 2 or 3 players defending you, that means 2 other cats is wide open.
Are you referring to RJ?
No, I'm referring to pretty much everybody.
All of them. All of them.
I mean, the only ball hoggers on the team is Randall and RJ into a degree quickly.
No. I say all of them, and the only reason I say all of them because I don't want to put Obi or quickly as much, but at the same time I cannot blame him as much because think about it this way: whenever you start seeing players that if they have the ball in their hand and they pass it, that's the last time they'll see the ball because somebody else is going to shoot it. It's not about being ball movement or who's going to actually get the right shot. It's because one or two individuals really want to take the shot once they get the ball. Other players are going to start seeing that. So whenever they have the ball in their hand, guess what they want to do? They're going to want to shoot it. They don't want to pass it. So what I'm trying to say is like, man, that ball movement really needs to start sticking, man. Because that ball sticking to certain players, man, ain't working out.
And that's why we need a point guard who can facilitate, not a point guard who's worried about getting their own buckets. That's why I don't the term of he's a dog. This point guard's a dog. We need a point guard who can facilitate, give these players easy looks.
But even comparing, let's say, even saying the point guard position, let's say last season, we didn't, like, everybody agree, like, we didn't have a point guard. We had EP, and we wasn't even looking that bad as we look this season. So it can be that, like, something is not like working out. And I do agree with people in the panel in the chat that, hey, man, if something is not working out, just don't hesitate. If there's a particular player that's not fitting, stop forcing it. Trade him quick. That's it. And let's move on, because it's being detrimental for the entire team.
So let me ask you guys a question to the whole panel. Would you guys sign RJ to that extension right now?
Max contract?
Yeah, if he's asking for it.
Not Max.
I wouldn't. I would not.
He's not worth the max.
No.
He's not worth the max. He's going he's not worth the max. Currently where he is right now, he's not worth the max.
There's people saying Trae Young is getting paid this. John Moran, he's already looking like this is how much he's going to get paid. So RJ needs to be paid something similar to, like, and I'm like, what? Are you serious?
He's gonna get some money, but not that crazy stupid money. He's not worth it. Was his max is 181 mil, something like that?
Man, in my eyes, and it's not me being
no way.
But at least a 4-year contract, 20, like something like 15 to 20 million a year makes sense. Not more than that.
What about you, Rob?
No way. He don't get no max. You got to give him, but you got to give him 25. It's just like that's where it's at. Don't want to, but that's what you got to give him.
Yeah, you pay him, but he ain't worth the max. You still he's not worth the max. He ain't worth the max. If they give him the max, then
we in trouble.
The max. If they give him the max, then everybody, the city of New York should storm the Garden and take everybody up out of there.
I will say this: if somebody gives them the max, let it be somebody, not the Knicks.
Nobody won't give him no max.
See, the thing is like my man, and I can say shout out to my man Otherwise. Made a good point. I think he's going to get paid around the same if you're going to pay him, you get paid around somewhere else random.
Or a little bit less. I don't
somewhere
know.
Around there in the neighborhood. He's not worth no 181. But he's not worth no 181.
Say it again.
Y'all think he's worth the same money Randall's getting now?
Well, he's not showing us no type of superstar caliber. That's one. Two is he still hasn't made even the rookie team, all rookies. That's two. Number three,
he don't even make the list.
Yeah, so it's like, what are we talking about? So you're gonna give it's like you saying like Brunson, he's gonna leave Dallas because New York is gonna give him 200 mil. Like, you know how dumb that sounds?
Hey, look, who's better, Jordan Poole or RJ?
Jordan Poole. In a heartbeat.
Jordan Poole is a second-round pick.
Yeah.
See, so the reason why I ask these questions is, all right, we already established that potential-wise, he has a decent floor, but he has no potential. So he's not really going to get that much better next season. Why not trade him while his value is still high?
Who said his value is high?
Some teams is looking at him. You got some players some players respect him.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think.
Before they take RJ.
Yeah, I don't think his value is high. It's intriguing. So whenever you talk about a trade, like you're about to make a trade, it's intriguing to hear that. All right, you want a player that is in my team, but I'm getting back RJ with somebody else. So that's intriguing, but it's not like you're gonna trade somebody with high potential with another high potential, because I don't see it.
I mean, like I said, we're trying to compare RJ to other players. And one other thing you have to look at who's around RJ as well. So you got to take that into account. I mean, it's a lot of other things you got to take. I mean, on the surface, you look at Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole goes down and lights it up and gets busy.
Yeah.
But if and we can say, well, RJ is not doing it, but his role and how he's used as well. I still don't like this. Like I said, I'm not and this is me personally. This is me. I don't like the fact that they got RJ at small forward.
Me too.
That's not a good. He's been playing the 2 guard. Can he play some small forward? Yeah, in spurts. But you want him to play the season at small forward when you should address the small forward issue along with the point guard. We're not gonna go down that way. We've talked about that nauseam forever. Now we already know that.
Mm-hmm.
We already know that. Rob even broke down on what you need regarding point guards, sizes of point guards, what you need if you're gonna try to win the chip. Which I gotta agree, because I'm not one for. I don't want a Lilliputian running around at point. You don't need that. You need a size. But this team needs a point, and we need to specialize with our wings. RJ needs to go back to the 2. Period. But that's just the way I feel.
I agree with that.
And to say something positive about RJ, bro, he has the capability. It's like something is telling me like he has something special, but up to the point that, like, in my eyes, I just don't still see it. I can't say otherwise. You know what I mean? I can't say that, well, he's going to become that player. How can I say he's going to become that player if I still haven't even seen like something that John Moran is giving, Jordan Poole, or the dude from Charlotte? It's like, come on, man. Like, if you trying to say that somebody's a franchise player, you got to make the right decision of actually calling it a franchise player, because he's giving us something special. If he's not giving us something special and you call him a franchise player, our franchise player, we in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Part of that though for RJ, I was just gonna, say was the fact that he always had to take, the backseat to Julius Randle for the first year and a half. I think we saw a little bit, but I'm with you guys on not giving him a max, because I don't even know if his ceiling is potentially capable of being a consistent all-star year to year. I could see him maybe hitting 4 to 5 all-star games in his career, but I just don't know if he's that type of player that can do it consistently.
Yeah. Like I said, the whole thing with RJ, because he was drafted 3rd and he was the 3rd pick, and the sites for a lot were looked upon at Zion for, because we didn't get the number 1 pick because we won more games, whatever. We already know that. And the fact that he's gone through a few coaches and everything, and he's not developing at the speed that you want. Zion, he's been injured 3 years. He's played a total of 84 games, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Ja exploded. You saw what it was. I was like, if we had the 2nd pick, honestly, God, I know we've overlooked point guards, but Ja would have been the exception. We're talking about height. I know the Knicks organization would have had
franchise. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. He would have been that guy. You know what I'm saying?
And
Ja would have been that guy.
Soulfinger, that's the best example that you gave, man, because John Moran wasn't number 1 pick. It was Zion. And John Moran, he took that personal, because he felt like he was supposed to be number 1. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not bashing or saying something negative about RJ. RJ has the capability, he has the opportunity, and he still has the possibility because he's still playing for in the NBA.
Yeah, and then we're looking at his where he was picked. I mean, because looked at where he was picked. and he's not developing at the pace that a lot want him to develop. I want to see him get better. You know, he has those. He's showing you those flashes, and you know, so he's been in the league going on 4 years, but yet he's only what 22.
But going to 23, I think.
Yeah. He still got a long. He got a lot. Yeah, he's got a lot of basketball left in him. Because we didn't get Giannis. Giannis didn't come out firing it up, and it wasn't until what, year 4, 5, or something like that for Giannis. And then you were like, okay, they were calling the, you know, what up, you know, calling what they did, little nicknames, but nobody was really talking about him. Then he exploded. But he had the right person. And I'm not going back on the Tibbs thing, because with Giannis, it was Jason Kidd, man. You got to give him, Jason Kidd laid a lot of that foundation for that young cat to come out. I mean, for Giannis to be who you have, and his hard work and his determination. The one thing I can say that RJ, that my opinion, many people may have different. Again, this is my opinion, is that RJ has that same kind of drive and determination because of all the slights and everything he's hearing. He's looking at how, man, my man Zion, he and Zion are tight, but he's still getting all this love and admiration and everything. He didn't play a total of 83 games. And he didn't play in 3 years. He don't play 83 games a total, if that. And then you seeing Ja, we in the same draft class, blow up the way he did, and here I am. I'm still looked upon as leftover, like some chopped liver or leftover whatever. So it's a lot. I think he's keep getting left off of lists. He didn't make it in the rookie. You got IQ getting awards as a rookie when he couldn't. So it's just so much for it. And I think RJ is going to turn something around, but just got to give him more time to do things. But I really feel that a key to him progressing is to put him back in the position that's going to give him the way to succeed. Yeah. Not the daggone small forward, And those are things that make a difference, man. You got to put players in positions to succeed, and I just feel that small forward is not the place.
If he would hit at least 85% of his free throws, we saw him late last year. Going to the line 8 to 10 times a game. If he could hit his free throws, that would help too. Yeah, man. But he's just missing so many free throws at the end of games when we really need them, and you can't give a max contract to a guy like that if he's going to be your scorer.
Yeah, and the thing about it is look how many free throws he's missed. He had games that, look at the game when he scored 40. He scored 46. RJ should have easily had 55, man. Yeah, right. Yeah. Easy. Right. But he, again, as I said it before and I say it all the time, the man can't hit an elephant in the backside with an ironing board from that free throw line. He lost games in colleges like that. So he has to improve on it. He's shooting 70%, if that?
Yeah, like 71%.
71. Man, if he can get to 78, that's progression. Yeah. I'd be happy to see him shooting 78. But and that's these are the things. There's no knock on him, but he has to get better. These are facts. These are facts. It's not criticized. This is not being negative. These are the things that we've seen. These are things that you can pull up stats for those who like to see stats, or you can watch it on film. RG has to get better, and I'm not calling him the face. He got the face of the franchise because of the way he was drafted. See what I'm saying? That's what it is. Where he was drafted, the 3rd pick in the draft, and all this and that. Our face of the franchise hasn't come yet because we have drafted him yet. That's just the way I look at it. He's going to be a piece to the puzzle. Yeah. He could be the Chris Middleton to whoever we get. Yep. And that's just the thing. But gonna pay. There's so many things going on, man. With the situation, and it's just we got good young. I like the young talent we have. Yeah. Continue to build with the young talent. I just don't want us. I don't want the organization. It's not me being scared. Just don't want them to be doing the thing out of desperation and blow. Make a wrong move because you're desperate because of last season. You got to be smart about. You got to be smarter than what you did.
Man, that take that you said about his free throws, I could already imagine him shooting like like 80 or 85, man. If he's 80 or 85, because he doesn't have a problem getting into to the line.
Right.
He's awesome doing that. Like, you know, he doesn't have a problem. Like, man, if you know that's your clutch, that, bro, you look to me at that end, at least you looking somewhat as a Trae Young. Like, if you really want to get down to the line, you're gonna figure it out. But it's not gonna mean nothing if those shots is not going in.
Yes, that's the thing. I like the fact that he goes. He's not scared to go. It's just the fact that, man, it's
that's
like
exactly how
your fingers.
That's exactly how. Sorry about that.
Oh no, go ahead, Tree.
That's exactly how James Harden fed for years. You know.
Yeah.
He got paid for that. Mm-hmm. He got to the line. He got, that's how he got his points up to 33, 34 points a game in a season. RJ, if he was hitting his free throws, he'd be averaging 26 a game right now in year 3, and we wouldn't even have this discussion about him not developing.
Nah, if he's shooting from his free throw 80, I'm already seeing him as a 28 or 29. But the thing is that he got to be consistent with those free throws, because I'm telling you, like, once he figures out whatever is holding him back, or trying to figure out that niche so that he can make even more free throws, I'm telling you, RJ is going to be dangerous. But if I'm not seeing it and he's not showing it, how can you say that, oh, he's a max player, a player that deserves max player contract? Doesn't make no sense.
Yeah, I mean, you got a good point right there. Like I said, he's improving. It's just, I say, it's just not improving at the speed that a lot of others want. A lot of people want, because you want him to explode, like, looking for him to explode like Ja. One of my, like I said, my and it may be little to some, but for me, my biggest issue with him is free throws, man. Those free throws, man, killed us. Because there's been games we've seen him, come on, RJ, get it. He missed, and we need you to hit both, and he split them or he missed them. You like, oh my God. So
I would say the second thing, why he shouldn't get a max is last year or 2 years ago, he shot, what was it, guys? 41% from 3. And I think last season didn't even regress to like 33 or something.
Shot selection.
So, I mean, if he could have kept that consistent, maybe 38, it would have helped his case more. But yeah, you definitely can't just give that amount of money, especially for 5 years, 181 mil, to somebody who is yet not proven, he can lead the team.
Consistency.
Yes, definitely. But I'm going to check out, guys. I hope you all have a happy Memorial Day weekend. Enjoy your families. Everybody in the chat, hit the like for Blorange Tears. I got to go. I got to run. Kids are getting off the bus soon. But take care, guys. Great takes, and I'll see you guys later.
All right, brother. Stay safe.
Yeah, like I said, I still have a lot of
expectation.
Yeah, I got a lot of expectations and things in RJ. I don't see him as being, just all out bust. I'm not gonna say where his ceiling is. That's one thing I've never been one to say, oh, he's gonna be this or that, because they mess around and surprise you.
Yeah.
And just let him develop the way, come along. The thing about it is I like the fact that we know that RJ has a chip on the shoulder, because he hears this and he's seen this, and the snubs. So that's a lot of fuel to the fire. We just give, stand back, give him time. And Rob said it. Rob put it good, saying he's a jack of all trades, a master of none. And currently, right now, I can see that. I can see that. But like I said, I've been harping on it. It's those free throws, man. Because I'm gonna tell you, man, I'm sitting up there like, man, ready to go sacrifice chickens and goats when he get up to the free throw line, because I need to hit it.
It's an instant versus instant.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Somebody need to put some sage around his hands, man.
So you be looking from the screen going like this. Go over here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
Hey, man, it's just.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna work out, but man, just take it as a challenge. That's the only thing I'm just gonna say about RJ. Like, man, take the season like a challenge. Like, something, this is gonna be my season. If they thought they saw something the first 2 seasons, because I'm not gonna count this last season, But if they thought that they saw something in the first 2 seasons, they ain't seen nothing. Like if he takes it that approach, oh man, get ready. Now we in the conversation. Who's the leader? Now we in the conversation.
That 5 for 181. Get ready for it.
And see, my thing is, man, and the other thing, I'm just on it. We got to put him back to his right position, man. Get the man out of the small forward and invest in wings. Like I said, and I'm gonna say somebody named, and I've asked questions about him. A lot of people go on, but Sherwin L was right about some stuff. Look, nobody's 100% right. Ain't nobody's walking on water, can't get wet. Sherwin M has some good points at times, a lot of times. Sometimes you agree, some you don't. But the thing about it is when he was talking about wings, the man did hit and wings and a lot of other folk in there. Well, I wanted to say Sherwin because he does get ragged on a lot. But he did make a good point about what we need regarding wings. But a lot of others have made the point when we need to get wings as well. Right. Hell, Pudge even said something about Pudge Nice said stuff about wings.
Mm-hmm.
We can't sleep on the fact that we need wings, man. We already know point guard is something. We are point guard deficient. We are PGT, point guard thirsty. We need a point guard.
We need a bad.
And you saying we possibly have them in IQ and Deuce. We don't know because they haven't been. Well, IQ's been doing this thing, but Deuce, you're still young. So we got to see which way that goes. But wings, come on, man. We got one wing on this team. One, Cam Reddish. That's inexcusable right there. That right there for me that's another thing that's inexcusable along with the free throws. And not just RJ, the whole team as a whole shot like crap from the free throw line. How many games we lose? We lost games because of free throws, man.
Yeah.
Phoenix. It didn't really come down to that shot that Cam Johnson hit. It came down to free throws, man.
Burks missed the free throw, and Cam Johnson came down and it, man.
Or as I say, boom, but as Freezer says, free throws, man. How many times? I said it the very first game, the Boston game. We should have never gone in overtime.
Kemba threw that game away. Kemba looked like he was being paid by the Celtics. Oh, wait a minute. That one turnover with the defender bit on a pump fake and got a running start down the other way, and Kemba gave it to him like an option pitch. You know what I'm saying? The dude ain't even had to break stride. Come on, Kemba. Ron Cleveland's in the building. What's good? Chop Low. What's good?
Oh man, salute.
What's going on, fellas? What's
going on?
I know we about to get started now, man.
What's going on in the building? You heard me? Freezy, drop my music.
Yeah, search it up.
I'm looking for it.
I knew that was gonna get everybody quiet. What's going on, man? What's going on, everybody, man? How y'all feeling, man? I'm surprised to catch you still on. I saw you was on at 10, but I was like, hey, I knew I wasn't gonna make it in early this morning. But you still on, man. What's the topic of the day, man? We're
gonna be on for a while, bro. We're gonna be on it. Ray, what's good?
Yo, what up?
Yo, so Ron, I want to ask you this, man. I said it before, and I think you understand where I'm coming from when I say this, right? Where Ron went?
I think he got disconnected, maybe.
Man, Chop Low, if you don't put a hat on, I watched it, Chop. I was like, what's good, Chop? Yo, so the thing I was saying, man, I'm nervous about this offseason, right? Because I think we're in a prime position to hustle backwards, right? And when I say this, I don't want to hustle backwards, right? But the fans are out with pitches, with
pitchforks and torches, baby.
Right? That's what we are right now. The Donovan Mitchell rumor mill is on fire. And my feeling is if we don't do something after the failure in 2019 with KD, 2020 with Chris Paul, right? 2021 with we could have grabbed anybody, but we got Fournier and Kemba. Right? And 2022, if this front office don't make a major move, and we just get, say for instance, if we get at 11, we just get a really good player like Dyson Daniels. We just get a real good player, right? After last year not getting Trey Mann or Kai Jones in the draft, not being able to trade up to get Chris Duarte in the draft, it's a laundry list of near misses or near makes with the Knicks front office, and at some point we have to say, do these dudes have what it takes to lead an organization, right? And if there is a question, like if you say, let me think about that, they're not the right people, right? Mm-hmm. So this summer, I've been told that this front of Worldwide West and Leon Rose gonna pull off something major. Now, if they don't, I would be okay with that. But what I don't want them to do is if they have a near miss, say if Donovan Mitchell deal can't be done, right? I don't want them to pull off a deal like, hey, we just signed DeAndre Ayton to the bag, right? So we signed
desperation
to a max, and we still don't have a point guard. So basically, all we did was added a guy with max money, right? That depends on the point guard that we don't have. The Knicks just traded for Rudy Gobert. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the move. I'm nervous about that because Rudy Gobert is a great player. DeAndre Ayton is a great player, but both of those dudes depend on getting the ball from an elite level.
Somebody else, yes, sir.
Yeah, and if you get them without the playmaker, what are you really getting?
Yeah, nothing.
Right. And so my fear is we're gonna miss out on Zach LaVine. Like the rumor's gonna be like Zach LaVine was in New York City for 3 days, and then we don't get Zach, we don't get Spider, we don't get Bill, we don't get such and such, we don't get such and such, and then we just add 2 more ham sandwiches out of the draft. So now we got a ham sandwich picnic, we got a kindergarten picnic, right? Everybody is because RJ is limited, right? Quentin Grimes athletically is limited too, right? All these guys in our backcourt, we don't have explosive athleticism in our backcourt. And to be truthful with you, you would expect the shorter guys to be more athletic and plentiful. You could go out and get a 5'11" athlete from anywhere USA. You can go out and get a 6'2" athlete from anywhere USA. But we don't have a 6'2", we don't have a 6'2", 6'3", 6'4" athlete.
No,
and that
because the knock on Grimes.
Because
the knock on Grimes was he couldn't create his own separation. I like Grimes. Don't get me wrong, and I wanted us to draft him, but that was the knock. He has to work on getting separation. He wasn't highly athletic like that, so that was the knock on him. And RJ, the same thing, is not highly athletic. You know, I think of RJ kind of like a, you get compared to Jimmy Butler a lot. I think Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce was the most athletic cat. He was just real crafty.
But isn't Cam athletic or no?
Yeah.
Cam? Yeah.
And that's a wing, something we need. Right. However, we need somebody that's going to be able to prove, because the knock on Cam is, up and down. Is his motor, his injury. But you see the things that he can do. He can get to the rack with ease.
Wait, time out. Motor according to who?
Well, that's just you hear it in talks or whatever.
No. Sure, and if you've heard it in one area, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? You got to believe some extent of what is being said by some of these professional, folks, but who also can be wrong. My thing is, I don't understand the whole motor issue thing, because it's like, to one coach, he's got motor issues, but if you put this person in the right, like for instance, did Zach Randolph have, when he was with us under Isaiah Thomas, did he have motor issues, or was it just a matter of proper system, fit, environment?
See, there you go. Good point. Because my thing is, I look at him, Oh, sorry about it, Ray. Go ahead.
No. I'm only speaking to. I have a hard time when there are reports out about a guy's motor because it's kind of like, well, what if you just put him in the right position? What if you put him in the right system? I mean, and that applies for everybody. That's not just a sports thing. If you put every single person on this panel in the right situation, could we all thrive? Certainly. Character is obviously built out of response to the scenario you're in. So, it's on Cam to obviously show us if these reports are true about a motor. Again, I just have a problem with it because it's kind of like, well, wait a second. He demanded a trade out of Atlanta because he specifically wanted minutes. He got traded here to a situation where your coach is not going to give him minutes. I think there's a natural problem that exists there. That's just me. If you sent him to Minnesota, if you sent him to Sacramento where he could play 35, would he be happier? I don't know. I have a problem up and down with that word motor because it's so contextual and so based on circumstance, situation, environment, coach, all this different stuff. And I just think Cam is, I'm sorry, it's a hot take, but I think Cam is the best player on this team.
Well, I would say this too. The whole
more
motor
athletic,
thing, the motor thing. That's the blanket lazy statement when you can't break down. I just look at him as he has a nonchalant kind of personality, and he plays. How many we play? Oh, hey, look, everybody on the panel has been on the court, and you played with a cat that just kind of like nonchalant, but can get busy. Nonchalant on the game, you're like, oh man, he don't care about the game, but he gets busy, and you're like, well, I guess that's just his personality, the way he comes off. He comes off as a nonchalant kind of guy. Not like Frank. The Frank and the Kilo is a whole different thing. You're looking for Frank to be something that he wasn't. But I think Cam is more of a nonchalant athlete, and he's just given the time. He's young. Give him time. And it could be, like I said, the system. We already know that he was brought into Tibbs didn't want him. And a lot of it is he's looking at, well, where I'm going to put him. You traded a player I didn't play for a player that you want to play, that should play. So that's the situation right there. So he's very athletic, and that's what we need. That means stay standing from. I didn't mean to hijack you.
No, not at all. I just wanted to go back to Uncle Feezy's point where he opened up with regards to the natural fear that we all have as Knicks fans, because I think that's common amongst any Knicks fan, amongst any age group or whatever. And being a Knicks fan, it's the PTSD of making a move where it's like you got part of the fan base that's like, yo, scared money don't make no money. We've seen that concept applied to some degree where it's just looked like stupid money, right? Like the Antonio McDyces of the world that haunt a lot of us, especially me. When those.
Oh man, that was one of the ones. Yeah, man, I remember that one. Oh my Lord.
So you have a fan base that is split down the middle in terms of, yo, let's get up and make a move, and part of the other fan base that's like, yo, just pause, stand back, it's okay, take your time, like build this thing, because every champion that we have seen for a couple of years outside of like adding a LeBron James or whatnot. Perfect example, the Milwaukee Bucks. Like, we tend to forget it took them like 8 years to get a chip when they drafted Giannis. It took time. They took incremental steps, but it was step by step process, right? And we say that, oh, that's a small market philosophy, but we're a big market. We're New York. We gotta have it now. And it's been 50 years and all this different stuff, and it's like, yo, look at the landscape and the parity of the league, man. We are not 2, 3 years, 4 years out. We're more like, I don't know, 7 years out. It just becomes compounded every which way you look at it. I have no idea what the direction of this franchise should go or do. But if at 11 you're talking about, yo, we need a wing because the league is now made up of wings. I don't know. I'm just a little confused because it's like, yo, we do have some other needs that need to be addressed that bear more questions than answers.
I spoke about it early, and you know what I'm saying. So being that Freezy re-entered, the topic because man needed to know what it is. I'm gonna say it again.
What was the topic?
No, he just He just said it again. You ain't get it?
Nah, the missus called me, man. I had to take that phone call. You heard me?
I understand.
Yeah.
Well, you can feed off of me then, man. We're gonna continue on being like this with a non-direction as long as we got this personnel up inside that office. I'm telling you that. We're gonna stay like that.
Hey, I'm gonna hold my thought. Go ahead. I'm gonna come right behind you, J-Boy, because I got something.
I can't, much as what I'm saying, we threw bricks at Mills and everything. Before Mills, normally when people leave a job or get fired from the job, they leave it messed up, tore up.
Yeah.
When that man left from the New York Knicks organization, he left a clean slate for whoever get hired to walk in to have every door of opportunity open for you to go ahead and make decisions that'll make this organization prosper. You came in here with all the draft picks. You came in here with all the free cap space, and off top, soon as you got a chance to spend that money, you blew the whole bag. Without destination, without knowing where we're going, without
not
a leader.
once, but twice.
Yeah, without a leader, without nobody to follow, nothing. So as long as Leon is gonna be in position and don't know what he's doing, that's what I'm scared of, Freezy. I'm not scared of any players. You know what I'm saying? That's why I keep saying, man, everybody got their own opinion, but some people say it's the off season. It's not the off season. This is the on season. So what are you doing in that office, Leon? Who are you calling in there for interviews? Who are you calling on that phone? What phone calls are coming in that you're not answering? What direction are you going with the team? How many plan B's, plan C's, plan D's do you have lined up behind plan A if plan A don't work? What are you doing right now?
Exactly.
I don't need you snoring. I don't need you, jacuzziing. I need you to be figuring out what it is that you're going to do with this billion-dollar corporation that you're sitting in front of. Stop playing with me, man. I need to know what are you doing as far as these players that's how many of them are you calling in there to interview? Are you calling in these sleepers because they are sleepers? Or are you just calling the main guys in? Because we had 11. It doesn't mean the top 10 guys that's telling us that we're not getting a top 10 guy unless somebody slips. And if somebody slips, they're slipping because something is wrong with them. They're not just slipping because they're not getting picked over somebody else. They're slipping because something is wrong with. So what are you paying attention to, Leon? What are you listening? Y'all up in here like this was Harlem Nights, and you acting like, you acting like Red Fox. You got your glasses on, man. No, put them on. I don't care how big they look. You know what I'm saying? Put them on. Richard Pryor brought it for you. Put them on so you can see what's going on, man. And you got World Wide West acting around, running around with Eddie Murphy roles. Man, this is not a movie script, man. Handle your business. Do what you got to do, man. Please, man. Please, man. Handle your business, man. What are you waiting on, man? I don't need to, man.
You know what, Boogie?
I'm going to calm down because
I'm going to tell you like this, man. I echo everything you said, man. And it's funny because I didn't know what the topic was, but I was sitting here thinking, man, our major problem, it is the front office.
Mm-hmm.
Before you even start talking, that's why I'm like, man, this man know exactly what I'm thinking. And I'm going to tell you why I know it's the front office. The last time the Knicks was really good was when we had clear direction in the front office. Yeah. You go back to the Patrick Ewing, who was running the Knicks then?
And Pat Riley up in that joint.
Who when we got Pat Riley, who was running the Knicks? And the Knicks exactly.
Wasn't it the guy that come from the Indiana Pacers or something?
No, that was after. No, not Scott Layden. No, not Scott Layden. Scott Layden. No. Lord, I know Scott Layden. Grimwald. Ernie Grunwald.
Ernie Grunwald.
Nah, man. It wasn't that dude. It was the dude that ran the Seattle Supersonics. It was a dude named Al Bianchi, right? So Al Bianchi ran the Knicks going into this era that y'all talking about. Y'all talking about after we had Pat. If you're talking about right when Pat was drafted in those first couple years.
I'm talking about that Patrick Ewing, that marriage between Patrick Ewing and Pat Riley. Who was our
Yeah,
GM
so
that
that
made
was
all the moves?
that was in '90. That was in '90. Yeah, you had a couple. Al Bianchi left in 1988. You know, Al Bianchi.
Who came behind him? Because that's when everything took off.
Grunt. Nah, but what I'm saying is stuff started taking off before Pat Riley. We were a second round team before Pat Riley. When Pat Riley got there, we were like an Eastern Conference team.
Yeah, that thing got solidified.
Yeah.
But my thing is when you look at our front office situation, man, since then, it's been atrocious. The only glimmer of hope we had and Dolan screwed it up was when we had Donnie Walsh. Donnie Walsh had a plan, man. And this thing was nice. Our money wasn't messed up. Our cap wasn't messed up. We had good players on this team.
Right.
And what happened? That's the infamous, we all know it, the infamous Carmelo trade that we still feeling to this day. You know what I mean?
He was mad. He was mad, right? Don Nelson was mad.
Yeah,
because...
that's what made it. He left after that.
Yeah, he left.
Yeah,
he left after
he
that.
was in a wheelchair.
He left that because everybody knew Melo wanted to come. There was no need to go ahead and give up what you gave up. That was stupid. So that's when I look at that, we know the Isaiah years, those were bad. You know what I mean? So when I look at the front office, we getting exactly what we should get. When you bring a guy in here who's not qualified for the job in Leon Rose. Because I'm telling you, that last article I saw where this man went out and got a ex-Nike exec to be a scout.
Ron, I told you that was a head scratcher. I just said that earlier today. Yeah, and I was just saying it's a head scratcher, man.
I couldn't believe it. And this the thing Leon got to wake up and recognize. This ain't CAA. This ain't you ain't an agent no more, partner. You running the front office. It's about getting talent. You ain't signing contracts for players. He's too worried, and what I'm seeing, he's too worried about hiring friends and past people that he's had experience with than going and getting guys that's experienced and know what they're doing on how to run a front office. That's what it looks like, man.
Hey, look, can I?
Nepotism
Uncle
at its highest,
Ron. Leon Rose been screwing the Knicks franchise for so long as an agent, and he's still doing it on a different aspect.
I agree.
Hey, look,
and Boogie
can
was
I
right.
explain
He messed up the money.
Nike thing?
He messed up the cap. I can't defend Leon Rose, man. And not talking.
Hey, look, can I explain?
You not talking, not
Can I
telling the
explain the
direction
Nike
of the
thing?
team. Say what?
Can I explain the Nike hiring?
Nah. Let me finish, Rob, man. Then you can have all you want to do to try to defend Leon, but it ain't gonna change my mind on it. He's proven to me more and more that he should have never had this job. And Boogie, just like you said, the platter, the table, the buffet, everything was set. If Dolan would have went and got a guy who knew how to run a front office with that much firepower and everything we had coming off that 4 seed, we wouldn't even be talking about we need a point guard. We don't know what the direction of this team is. We would have been modernized this team all the way around. We wouldn't still be trying to run offense from the 90s that ain't working. We did the same thing with Phil when Phil came in here and tried to flush that triangle down our nose. They got from under that, and then you go and they got Tom Thibodeau, who's running the same exact thing that got Stan Van Gundy fired. Come on, man.
Hey, look, the Nike thing went like this here, fellas. This is like something that my cousin told me up in New York. He told me that the Nike thing was more about next year. The Nike thing, who's giving all the sneakers to them AAU players and those the players coming through when you got high school players coming in? Nike. They know a whole lot more about the scouting of what's coming in, and the Knicks got a head start on it dealing with the Nike guy because he already had his scouts out there. That's why they gave him a job, because Nike scouts the AAU. So the talent that's coming in, because now you know next year you got the players coming from high school. So basically it was a smart move. That's all I got to say about
smart
that.
in my book. Hey, don't talk to me about next year. You need to do something this year, because as far as
you mentioned the Nike thing. I just explained that. I ain't taking nothing from the rest of your point.
And I hear what you're saying, but next year he won't be around, Rob. I'm telling you right now. This thing blow up this year. Your man will not be here next season.
See, you keep on dropping the word if.
He will not be here next year. Him and Tip both gonna be on the first thing.
Hey, look, you keep on dropping the word if.
You know,
how about if it works?
It ain't working, man.
No,
got
I
con-
said
you
no.
got
You
confidence.
said next year.
I'm gonna
I
tell
said
you right
if it
now.
works,
I'm gonna tell
what?
you right now. You got. You know what's gonna happen next year? The same thing we saw this year.
Yeah.
If it ain't no drastic moves, I'm not confident at all right now. Only thing I got confidence with, and I'm happy about, is them young players, man. That is the
Well,
only
but who
thing.
put him there, Ron?
Hey, let me tell you like this, partner. Leon Rose ain't been brought here.
You can't take. You can't give him no
Rob.
credit and then take
He
credit.
didn't do that. He didn't do
Who
that.
did it?
Leon Rose was brought here to bring in free agents. He was not
No, that's
brought here
what
to
you
draft.
said.
He
No,
was
that's
not
what
brought here
you
to draft.
said. Nobody never said that. Everybody took his history and his
That's
work
what.
resume and assumed that. That's
You
what
know,
you
assuming, man.
assumed.
Come on, man. You
Who
know
said
better.
that,
You know
Ron?
better than that, man. How long you been
No,
watching the Knicks?
Ron, look,
How
no.
long you been watching the Knicks,
Hey,
Rob?
look
Come
at
on,
here.
don't
You
even
still
go there.
assume that? Hey, you assume that.
Ain't no assuming.
Yes,
It's
it is,
proving the
because
pudding.
he's still
The proving
responsible
the
for the
pudding.
young players.
Hey, not only that, who else they went out and got? They went and got Steve Stout and brought him in here. What did they talk about? Changing the culture, changing the vision of the Knicks, trying to make the Knicks a destination.
I didn't know that.
So
I didn't
when
know
you
that.
say you sitting there, Rob,
I did not know
absolutely
that you
wrong.
was an administration
You're 100%
fan instead of
wrong
a
on that. That
team.
man was brought here to bring free agents in.
No, that's what you said, Ron.
And that's what I'm saying is that's what I know.
He was born here to be the president of basketball,
Man,
not just
stop,
to
bro.
bring
Hey,
us
Rob.
free
Hey, I
agents.
know. Hey, you gonna defend Leon Rose till the cows come home.
I'm defending
I know
the
that about
organization
you. You're a Leon
because
Rose apologist. Leon
Nah.
Rose can't do no
Nah.
wrong in your
Rob
eye.
is making a double agent, bro.
Leon Rose can't do no wrong in your eye.
No, basically, because
Yeah.
basically,
Ain't no notice, yeah.
I call it
Freezy,
the way I
throw that poll up
see
right
it.
now. Throw that
Ron,
poll up right now, Freezy.
Look,
I guarantee
I
you.
call it the way I see it. It's
The
1-1.
majority of the fan base who listen to this podcast
Hey, look,
will
the
tell
fan
you
base
that
don't
Rob
sound
is a Leon. Rob, you so much of a Leon Rose apologist that you come on here and you say
What
I'm
am I
Leon Rose.
apologizing for?
Come
He
on, man.
1-1. He made the playoffs
Rob.
1 year. He missed it.
Hey Rob, you know what Leon's biggest fault is at?
Let me know what.
I'm gonna tell you what Leon's biggest fault is at. This one sentence, and that's why he's catering to everything he do around this one sentence that Kevin Durant said. The Knicks are not cool no more.
Right.
Ever since that, and Leon been in his chair, he just been trying to make the Knicks cool because
How
of
you
what
figure?
Kevin said. I'm gonna tell you. First thing first, you got the new city state. First thing first, you went and got Scout. Scout don't know nothing about basketball. What do you know?
Image.
Yes.
Okay.
Tell him.
But
He
look,
don't know nothing about basketball. He couldn't even help Nas pick the right beats. He don't know
that's
nothing
not
about
true.
it.
Hey, look.
He what you mean?
He was responsible. He was responsible for Ether. He was responsible for Ether now.
All the moves that he does consist of that's my man friendship relationship. Okay, everything he does. You know what I'm saying? Now this night thing. This is another way to try to buy something. You don't have to buy the fans. I keep telling y'all, we're gonna buy them tickets anyway.
Yeah.
We're gonna sell the garden out anyway. You don't have to come at us tricking us with some Nikes and half the team with Pumas and Adidas anyway. What are you doing? What are you talking about?
I said. That's for the AAU. That's for the AAU.
That's what I'm saying. You're trying to buy something. You're trying to buy something
You're trying to
instead of
get
making the
the
right
edge in on the
decision.
players.
So,
You just trying
Rob,
to know where the talent is coming from. That's all.
Rob,
We know where the talent is coming. Get somebody to go pick them. Because you got shoes on don't mean your game is nice.
Look.
Not
How
to
you
mention
think
the
the
coach
Knicks
he hired.
Hey,
Don't
look,
forget
the
about the
Knicks
coach he hired.
organization. Hey, look, did they find Jim for us? Did they find Quickly? Did they find Mitch when nobody else got him? Because people are doing their homework. Give
Leon
credit
Rose
when credit is due.
ain't fine Mitch. Mitch was here. Mitch and RJ was
Mitch
here.
was already here. Yeah,
All
Mitch was
right,
already
look,
here.
Quickly and Grimes.
and Obi.
And Obi. Hey, give credit when credit is due. It's easy to just say the man ain't do nothing. Y'all just trying to act like he ain't do jack. You went to the playoffs 1 year. You missed it 1 year. You 1-1. Y'all 1-1.
Rob, I'm
Freezy,
gonna tell you like this. When we looking for a new front office exec, I want you to have that same energy about Leon Rose.
Okay, yo.
I'm telling you right now, he will
look.
not last 5 years.
Hey, look at here. Only thing y'all gonna say, all the naysayers gonna say this here. He better have done something. When something happens, y'all gonna all say, well, he better have done something. You still ain't gonna get no credit to it.
The only thing, Rob, that I see is that the way that this season went, somebody has to be blamed for it. We cannot like as much. But let me just finish explaining this. As much as and believe me, I like Tom Thibodeau, but at the same time, as much as I want to say I blame you 100%, Leon Rose ain't got him the players that he wanted.
He got him. Let me break down that right.
He got him for Kemba.
No.
He got him Cam Reddish.
Let me tell you why. You can't have that.
I'm just saying.
This is not football. Look,
bro.
Hey,
who's the coach? Who's the coach? Who's the coach? Who's the coach?
Let me tell you this here.
Who's the coach, Rob?
This is why you don't get that. Let me explain to you why you don't get that. The reason why you don't get that is this here. There's no such thing as you give them the players who you want. You've been coaching for 30 years. That means you adapt to the talent that you have. Look at Pat Riley. He was Showtime Lakers in LA. He came to New York. They went to grind. That's two different coaching styles. You don't just pick one style and say, oh, no, then you're not a good coach. If you got to have your players and you can't coach the NBA, you don't need to be there.
Yeah, but at the same time,
but who hired the coach, though, Rob? Who hired the coach?
Exactly.
Who hired the coach?
I don't have no problem with him. I don't have no problem like you do, Ron, with him. He going
who hired the coach?
He going look. Who coach of the year, guy? You talking about the coach of the year?
That coach, though?
The coach of the year? Leon hired the coach of the year.
And answer this too. I got another one for you, Leon Rose. Who ran upstairs and told Dolan on your coach you hired?
Get him.
It doesn't matter. Who cares?
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Who did? I don't know. Who won?
Hey man, I'm about to stop talking to you right now. You talking you don't know. You know good and well.
Worldwide, right?
You know good and well.
Okay,
stop acting like you got amnesia.
But he was right. I would have told him too. What's the problem?
So okay. So guess what? I'm gonna ask you this, Leon. Your right hand man,
Leon,
who you got to run the office with you, then went to the upstairs on your coach. Leon, tell me how you gonna give this man a vote of confidence and say he's coming back?
Is he coming back,
Leon? He's
coming back.
Come out before the season over, before y'all sit down and have that end of the season review about how the season ended and say this man gonna come back.
What was reported was World Wide West told Dolan. Nobody said that Leon didn't know.
You don't think Leon know about that? Man, you better stop. You better stop, man.
Yeah,
you better
I'm
stop.
saying he did know about it. He did know about it.
So what that? So you know what that translation to me is? You know what that translation to me is?
Hey, look, what that tells you?
Your owner.
Translation.
I'm gonna give you the translation on this. Your front office man, Leon Rose, and your coach, Tom Thibodeau, because that's your coach, Leon Rose. Y'all are disjointed.
Yeah.
That's disjointed. You're not together.
Coach of the year 1 year.
And guess who suffers because of that?
He got a 5-year contract. He got coach of the year. Talk about the coach of the year.
Because of that. The Knicks
talk
fan
about
base.
the coach of the year.
Yeah, but he had the players that he wanted. Like once he walked in, let me
one knows with Tibbs type players.
Let me say this, Rob. Let me say this real quick. As much as everybody hated EP, he played defense and he fit with Coach Thibodeau. As much as Bullock, he played defense like crazy. He could shoot, but he's not the type of player like Fournier. But he fit even better than Fournier did. So it's like even Coach Thibodeau, he wanted to keep Bullock.
Exactly.
Everybody. Hey, look, you mustn't get my first take in the beginning of the year about this team. This is what I said from day one. Y'all keep on talking about these mid-level players while the foundation underneath that. I'm always with the foundation. Every player that you're talking about can be replaced by somebody that we already drafted. So therefore, I never gave stock into these starters. I told them from day one, it's about the young players. These guys are just covering until they're ready to play. And next year, they're going to be ready to play.
Let me just make
this
a quick
is what
example.
I said from day one. Y'all telling me about Alfred, Payton, Bullock. It was never about them.
Bullet.
It's about the Quickleys. It's about the Obies. It's about the Grinds. It's about what's coming through the draft. It's not about these players that y'all see on the level. It's about the players that's
Are
on
you
the field.
confident in that? You got your confidence in that, Leon?
I said it. Look,
Every
Ron, I
report
said
coming
this
out
back
of New
in
York.
November.
Hey,
I
every
said this
report
back
coming
in
up out of New
Ron,
York right now,
I said
they
this
want to
back in
package them same
November.
guys' names you called to get them up out
Ron,
of
I
town
said
to
this
bring
back.
in
Hey, look,
Fading
you
Stars.
can ask Freezy. This point didn't change. I said this back in November.
Rob, but it's like you saying like you giving a bunch of players that plays defense to Mike D and Antonio and Anthony. That's never going to work because he's the type of player.
Hey, does Grimes play defense?
Right.
But I'm just
Grimes
saying.
play defense.
I
Quickly
understand.
plays defense.
But what about Fournier and Kemba?
You're looking at the level. I said it's under.
But at
You keep on-
at the same time, let me say this.
Because you have to pay. You have to pay these vets.
Rob, but at the same time, as a unit, you gotta function collectively. Even though you don't want a certain player, let me say this, Rob. Even though you don't want the same player that the coach want, at least get him plan B or plan C.
No, we're still with plan A, which is the youth.
It wasn't but it wasn't Coach Thibodeau plan A.
The youth not thriving under Thibodeau.
It's Leon Rose plan A. He's
So Rose will fire Tibbs.
I don't care what Tibbs is talking about.
You're Leon
I'm
Rose
giving these
apology,
players. That's what he told him.
You on
He
Leon
said,
Rose
look,
payroll, man.
this is what he said. This is what he said. This is what he said. Look, you got a 5-year deal. I'm gonna put you some players out there. I'm gonna build it through the draft. The way that you run this team, I'm not gonna interfere, but I'm gonna get the foundational players on this team. You do what you do. When it's time for me to play these young boys, I'm gonna remove all of them. And next year, it's gonna be time for the young boys. And all of these guys are gonna be gone.
Who you think?
Leon Rose, I'm gonna ask you a question. Another question, Leon Rose.
Wait, hold on, because I think there's some good points to what Rob said with regards to Leon Rose, and we all have to remember the purpose of Leon Rose coming in here. It's the strength of his connection. I'm trying not to crack up, but it's the strength of his connection. When Leon first showed up, the idea was to get a landscape of the roster and see what you're working with, right? That's why a bunch of these guys were re-signed for 1 year, $5 million contracts, which as a front office, if you're trying to be financially frugal and thrifty and all that wonderful stuff, yeah, that's kind of part of the job. You need to create financial flexibility because that's what gets other teams. We have a really bad history with the financial flexibility word because we throw all of our money on players that are descending and declining, who we think could potentially be stars. That's the
63 million, Ray. 63 million.
They had all the cap in the world in order to sign other players other than Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker.
So who did he sign, though, Ray? Who did he sign? Who did he spend the money on?
I'm just saying, I understand the move because of the financial flexibility. Like, I get the math of it all. I understand as an organization and as a business, you can't just be out here slinging and throwing cash at everyone. So the Evan Fournier deal, yeah, it could have been you could have went out for a DeMar Rosen. You could have ponied up and did that. All that's hindsight 2020. The Kemba Walker deal that we were all so excited about was maybe
not all.
Okay, maybe not all. A very small part of the fan base that was like, I don't know about Kemba. It's what is called a low risk, high reward. If Kemba Walker popped and gave you 20 points per game, no one here would be complaining. That's the whole thing. We signed him after he got bought out from OKC. That's what you're supposed to do. So when I look at Leon Rose, it's not a matter of me just saying, oh, I hate Leon Rose. We got to do this. The problem I have with Leon Rose is the accountability aspect of the entire thing. You hired your man Tom Thibodeau, who
Yeah.
couldn't keep your best player in line. I got problems with
Yeah.
that. I'm not looking at Tom Thibodeau. I'm looking at you, Leon. Are
Yeah.
you gonna hold Tom Thibodeau accountable? That's your man. You brought him in. If he goes down, you better believe you're
You going down. Exactly.
And Ray, and that's my biggest issue. Now, how you go from your man, your right hand man, going upstairs to the owner and talking about getting rid of this guy, and the owner gives you the green light, saying you can keep him or you can fire him. But then, not even a month later, you coming back and you endorsing him, saying he coming back. And the only reason why you did that is because the way the season ended in those 2 weeks, that you played them guys not because you wanted to, but because of necessity, because of injuries is the only reason why Obi and them guys got as many minutes as they did. Let's not act like Tibbs had this grand plan to play them guys the last 2 years. That guy was still delusional and trying to chase a play-in spot. When it was clear at the midway point of the season was lost. The minute you stuck Alex Burks at that point guard position for 50-plus games, get out of here with Leon Rose.
Because he was trying to tear RJ's ACL. He was trying to tear RJ's ACL.
I completely understand. As a president, you got to come down and you got to look at your coach in the face and be like, hey, yo, what you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
My man's like, what are you doing?
That's what
that sort of thing. And that's my biggest beef with Leon Rose. I don't have a problem with the moves he made because his front office has shown that they're competent when it comes to drafting. They have connections through college and all of that, and that's working. That's being demonstrated to us as a fan base.
Mm-hmm.
Where I have a problem with Leon is sort of the way he uses his nepotism. Hey, yo, if this is your man, you gotta hold him accountable.
Everybody's
And you know, I don't have a problem with Leon Rose sort of running the show and whatnot. If you say he's got 1 year, Ron, my question to you and Jay Boogie is, what is the criteria? How many games do you walk in and say, okay, Leon, you got to get up out of here, and Tom, you got to get up out of here?
This is what I say to that. This is what I say to this. Now, you said everything that I think. I had a problem with that too, but it comes down to this. If the man won coach of the year before, he have a bad season this year. Yes, in his third season, you're going to reevaluate the whole thing. You don't get through the whole season, but you damn sure get that second season.
So,
just hey, to the year.
Hey, Rob, you break it up.
Oh, okay.
Hey, how is when you come back from that Cheesecake Factory?
So we gonna act. so one, we gonna be acting like everything was working perfectly since day one last year, because it wasn't. Everything started changing once we got Derrick Rose.
Exactly.
So we cannot be acting. We cannot be acting, and it was the Leon Rose. But at the same time, listen to this, Rob. Listen to this, because I'm giving you credit. But at the same time, I do agree with what Ray is saying. Like, if certain things is not happening and we not moving in the right direction, and you still have faith in Coach Thibodeau, you gotta force him and be acting like, you know something, you still want to play the vets. And I said this million of time. You want to keep on playing the vets, and we still not doing good? Hey, play the young, and you still playing the vet? Game over. Trade all the vets, put all the youngsters, and let the youngsters ride. And now we in rebuild 100%. But we not even rebuild, and we are not even developing. What the bleep are we doing?
In year 3.
And Tibbs is not going to go for just playing the youth.
Still trying to find a point guard in year 3.
Well, when we played Atlanta in the playoffs, right? And Atlanta, they smacked us up out of there, and the season was done. You know, after that was over with, you could have said, okay, lack of experience, first time being there, guys didn't know what was going on. Okay, they got their feet wet in the pool. Let's run it back.
Yeah.
All right. Being that you don't decide to run it back, see, if you run that whole team back and then Chicago gets better, and Charlotte gets better, and Cleveland gets better, then you can say, okay, it's time to upgrade.
Yeah.
Okay. But you don't get smacked in the playoffs and then try to upgrade to go downward. You know what I'm saying? And still allow these teams, you know what I'm saying, to pass us. What we gave Leon a lot of props for, you know what I'm saying? They said you're not nice until you do it twice. Not this season, last season. Leon was great for managing that money. He didn't play games with that money. At the end of the season, we still had money.
Yeah.
He always talking about what are we going to do with this money? Maybe we should issue it out, spread it amongst the team. Everybody play hard, play good. He had money. So therefore, the team needed just to continue to grow together because the coaching was good. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Anytime you got an all-star player, most improved player, a coach of the year, people happy, the organization happy, the fans is happy. The culture was overturned. But then when you jump out the window and decide to break all that up and go get players, they can't impact the team to become better than what we was. You know what I'm saying? That's where I fault you at. You went and got a relationship. You can't tell me that when he called Kimber and told Kimber, yo, can you come to New York? Can you buy? You can't tell me Kimber didn't call Evan and say, come with me. Both of them was in Boston. You don't just go get one guy from Boston and go get. That was a plan. You know what I'm saying? Stop using all these relationships. It didn't work. It ain't work with Fizdale. Stop getting relationships. And now you're doing it again with this Nike dude trying to buy something and all that. Just keep it real and go get the people, the hardworking people that the guy Tom wants. And then you blame Tom. But when you ain't bringing the right players for Tom, you really can't blame Tom.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I want to blame you because if you wanted to spend money, you could have went and got Lonzo Ball. No, you didn't want to trade the pick. But you want to trade the pick for Cam Reddish, and Tom don't even want him. But Tom wants Lonzo Ball. Then you tell DeRozan, nah, don't even come. What you mean? If Lonzo Ball and DeRozan is on this team last year, we're different. We top 5. Is you crazy? But this man don't know what he's doing. Man,
I agree with you right there. He don't know what he's doing, man.
I don't have a problem with some of the moves that I made, because if I ask every single one of you guys in the panel, and maybe there's videotape on this or not, there's nobody on here that would sit here and be like, oh, Evan Fournier is not better than Reggie Bullock. Oh, Kemba Walker.
Offensively, not defensively.
Wait, time out. Even with a bought-out Kemba Walker and his bad knee, and all it cost you was $9 million, that he wasn't supposed to be looked at far better than Elfrid Payton. Sure, you lost defense. I'll give you that. But just keep in mind that the first time that they came into the office, came into the house or whatever, and they're looking at the structure and the evaluating what the landscape is, the foundation is, all they thought about was, we need flexibility and we need to see what part of, I think they say it all the time, bones of the house or whatever. Like, we need to find out what we can recuperate and hold on to.
Right.
Julius Randle.
Let me ask you this. Sure. I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense on the surface level. But I'm in a few years I'll be an old man like Jay Boogie, right? So I think about stuff.
You old right now,
Man, that man got dye in his beard. He ain't trying to be old, man. Color black and all that.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
Man, okay, so Evan Fournier looks better than Bullock on the surface.
Sure.
Kemba looks better than Frank on the surface, right?
Yeah.
But a team that was in the lottery last year added Bullock, Frank, and Theo Pinson, and this year they made the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
Right? We were a playoff team that got rid of Bullock, Frank, and Pinson.
Man, say that scenario again, man. Hold on, I can't let you just overdraw that scenario. Tell them that lottery scenario again.
I'm just.
And capital P, capital F.
Two teams were bad teams last year. Or decent teams last year. The Knicks and the Mavericks, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Knicks let Frank Ntilikina walk, right? They let Reggie Bullock walk. They let Theo Pinson walk from a French playoff team, right? They go to a playoff team built just like us. You know what I'm saying? We're a big guy, it's limited, but he's an all-star, no help, blah, blah, blah. They go to that team and they make the Western Conference Finals. right? We upgrade with offense with Fournier, with Kemba, and we take a huge step backwards.
Mm-hmm.
What I want to point out,
Allegedly an upgrade.
So what I'm saying is this: on a talent level, it appears the obvious answer is Fournier and Kemba are upgrades over those three dudes that left, right? But what we discount is team chemistry. That's what we discounted, right? You just can't keep every year moving guys in and out, every year. The roster turnover every year. Those guys that were here, aside from Pinson, Frank was with the Knicks for 4 years, right? Bullock was with the Knicks for 2 years.
EP too.
Right. Alfred Payton goes
2 years.
Yep, 2 years. These guys here, Fournier and Kemba, were here for 1 season. We took a huge step backwards.
Yep.
Right. So what I'm getting at, and I wanted to say this to Rob the Nick into others. Our thing is this. This is my opinion, right? We should pick a direction and stay going in that direction,
like a horse.
Because every time you change, you take a step back.
Back, of course.
Right. And what we don't acknowledge is we search for the immediate upgrade. We're like, oh well, Fournier will be able to do such and such and such that Bullock couldn't do. But it don't work like that, bro. Like the Lakers won a championship with Anthony Davis and LeBron, right? And they were like, we don't need Dwight Howard and JaVale McGee and Rajon Rondo and such and such and such.
Right.
What we'll do is we'll upgrade that talent. As soon as they let Dwight Howard walk and let Drummond walk and JaVale McGee walk, guess what happened to the Lakers?
Right.
And I'm here to tell you, Freezy, that team would have went right back to the finals.
It would have went right.
They would have went right back and might even won it again.
That was a great take.
Is say for instance with this team.
That's a great point.
With this team, this is the thing that I want to point out. Right? You can't say for instance, the Blazers want to do Josh Hart for Quentin Grimes. You know why I turn that down? I turn it down because Josh Hart is a better player overall right now.
But in the long run.
But Grimes has synergy and chemistry with the guys that are already here.
And I totally agree. Yeah.
Teams win championships, not individual players. How many times you seen teams just throw guys together, throw talent together, and then they go win and they don't?
Yeah. We the poster child for that.
We have a revolving door every year, every season, right?
So that's what I'm saying. What I was getting at is I understand y'all point, man, and I'm not knocking a great point. What I'm saying is I just want to throw a different perspective.
No, exactly.
A different way of thinking, right?
Exactly.
Because I think a 4th-year RJ, a 3rd-year IQ, a 3rd-year OB, a 2nd-year Grimes, all these guys, letting them play together, let them come up from the dirt together, go through the walls together. I think the team will be improved. Now, with that said, if you add talent to the roster, I don't want to take away talent from the roster.
Yeah.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? The only way I would see this even working, a situation where that would work, is if you get a guy that's bona fide can lift the franchise by himself.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
What they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do. You, Uncle Freezer, you know as well as I know, even when you made the proposal for Damian Lillard, which at first I was kind of like, but then I found my way around it because the entirety of your team or the makeup of your team is relatively young, and you need sort of a veteran presence to stabilize, to improve, and to help develop your younger core. So I think that's what Leon Rose is trying to do. I think with the argument regarding Leon Rose is that this is all hyperbole. It's all reactionary. Like, hindsight is 2020. A lot of the things that we're saying right now at this very moment about Leon Rose, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. He came into the organization year one. He evaluated what he had. He then studied the analytics of the team and where they lacked going into the Atlanta series in the playoffs, and realized, hey, we need scoring. He went out and got scoring. You may not have liked the options, but as a front office exec, or I guess at least doing the job, he did that. He brought in a guy with Evan Fournier, who obviously had an up and down season, but broke the 3-point record. And then he brought in a low risk, high reward that benefited the front office both long term and short term with Kemba Walker. It just didn't work. That's
You know,
the only. That is literally the only thing that I can think of when I think of Leon Rose. It's just, oh, it didn't work. So
but
now
there's some more to that, Ray. There's some more layers to that.
Sure.
And
And
I'm
I'm
gonna tell you what
J.
the layers is. You know what Leon Rose's biggest problem was?
What's that?
Is you cannot put your money on guys who stay often injured. You can be okay with doing one at a major position, but when you do two, Derrick Rose and Kimba, that's on Leon Rose's doorstep.
And Nerlens Noel.
And Nerlens Noel. And
who was
Nerlens Noel.
complaining
Guys
when
with
he made the
proven
move
this
for
and
Derrick Rose that he was the best player on the team? Who was complaining about that? He was the best player on the team.
But that ain't the point. That ain't what we talking about. We talking about
But
the
Ron, Ray is
missteps.
right. I think the fans wasn't opposed to when we
No,
got
nobody was
Kemba and
opposed, but
Fournier.
we knew Derrick
In the
Rose stayed
beginning.
injured. And
Yeah.
and if you're gonna tie your money up in players, the best ability in sports is availability. And I'm sorry, I don't care how good you are. Kemba Walker got skills.
And
We know
Kemba,
that.
yeah,
Derrick
Kemba,
Rose got
but
skills.
he was
But them
in-
guys
yeah, he
are
was
no
injured, yeah.
use if they can't play.
Right,
And
right, right.
and
The
even
same thing with Nerlens Noel. Nerlens Noel need to go donate his money.
even to
And all those are Leon Rose signing. He gets the blame for that. And for anybody
Yeah.
saying Leon Rose was not brought here to bring free agents, you're delusional, and I'm gonna tell you why. When Leon Rose took that job, Leon Rose did not have no kind of experience running a team.
Yeah.
So to say he gonna come in here and be able to draft players when that is something you've never done, but your whole rim, your whole everything in your life has been built on relationships with your agency that was voted #1 more than once. Why? Because of the players, their relationships. That's why he was brought here. Don't sit there and tell me to blow that smoke to me and tell me talk about this man wasn't brought here to bring in vets. I mean, bring in stars. Come on, man.
He ain't bringing no stars, right?
Before anybody goes, let's just make one thing very clear. When Leon Rose came into this entire Knicks organization thing, the parity of the league had changed. You then had the play-in. You only had 20 teams out of 30 that were going to make the playoffs via this play-in and give them an opportunity. The argument for, the bringing stars and whatnot, the landscape
the $5 too, yeah.
completely changed. Like
All right.
you had guys that were signing contracts and forcing their way out. That's a commonality that's happening right now. We can't bank on free agency anymore and all those connections and whatnot because the league has changed. Guys are taking their money up front and basically complaining later, going, "I don't want to be here. I don't want to rock with this team anymore." How exactly is Leon Rose supposed to navigate that entire waters? Just
I hear you, Ray. I got a challenge for you though. I got a challenge for you. How do you fix it?
How do you fix the Knicks?
Yep, based on what you just said.
With the evolving fluidity of the league, I think it's best if you go towards your strengths, draft, and build out the foundation. And when the opportunity presents itself to trade for that star that becomes available in 2025, when you have bettered your assets, when you have improved the trade value of those young guys you drafted who are now coming off rookie scale contracts, you can then trade for your star and continue to build around while you continue your asset management. That's what I think this team should be doing right now.
So what's your confidence meter in Leon Rose? I'm interested to know that.
My confidence meter is connected to the evolving nature of the league in this play-in. On a scale of 1 to 10, I think Leon Rose and Worldwide West and all those guys are adapting and evolving to this changing landscape. And I think I'm willing to give them, a 7 out of 10? Because every front office is not perfect. There's only one team that wins out of 30. There's only one team that gets it right. What is the front office supposed to say about the Dallas situation? What about the front office for Phoenix? Like they sometimes get it wrong, and that's okay. It's just how you respond. And I'm looking for the genuine nature of guys like Leon Rose to come out and go, you know what? I got it wrong. We need
So
to
that means
let
you're
him
above
go.
average on Leon Rose right now. I'm
Yes,
in the
I
middle on
actually
him.
am.
I'm on the middle on him.
I'm
That's
not
where
even.
I'm at on him.
I'm like with everything the way it went. I'm not even in the middle. I'm like right now at 3 out of 10. And the only reason I say this is because a lot of shenanigans happened this season. Somebody needed to put their foot down, especially with Randall. But let me let me explain here. Like, we cannot expect a team to be successful if the foundation is not right, because nobody on each and every different side, neither of them is happy. Leon Rose is doing his thing. Coach Thibodeau wants another thing. Coach Thibodeau, when he's playing certain players that he's not supposed to, he's playing them. Everything is looking lost. So until the whole organization runs as one, this whole team looks lost. And it falls down on Leon Rose. Because if you are the head, if you are the president of the whole entire movement on how everything is going to be running, and you don't like the way things is running, you should have put your foot down and say, hey, we need to do a meeting. There's certain things that is not going to happen, especially what Randall is doing. I don't care what he did last season. We're not going to run that way, because we gotta show better character. This is not what's gonna represent or what the Knicks represent. So by him not allowing it, by Coach Thibodeau allowing it, everybody is accountable. But the one that is even more accountable is Leon Rose, because he should have been the one setting the standard.
Yep.
Okay, I don't disagree.
Sooner or later, the Ranger season is going to be over with. And when the Ranger season is over with, guess who's going to start snooping around the doors again? James Dolan. But I'm going to ask you a question. Hey, Ray, let me ask you this question, Ray. And I'm going to get up out of here. It's a trick question, so be careful now. I'm asking this question now. All right. Now, you've been rocking with us on the podcast, right? Right. So now you're really closer to me. You're closer to man. You're closer to Freezy. You can say D nice. All right. If you was in Leon Rose's shoes right now, would you get rid of those guys and hire us in the office right now?
Damn.
Yes.
I need to know.
Don't front.
Yo, how much time you got, J Boogie?
Nah, I need to know that now, man. We got money on the line, yo.
Yeah.
Would you hire me, man, and Freezy right now up in that office?
Yes, every day of the week.
Based off relationships.
Yes.
You talking about based off relationships.
Yo, J Boogie, you actually might be my coach.
Hey, in that Ray,
would you hire us in that office?
Are we qualified to be in that office?
And hire me as Theo
I
Pinson.
just want to know, will you hire us in that office?
If they hire you, we're winning a championship for sure.
I would hire y'all if I never held the position, because I need people such as you guys, older guys, as well, to feed me information that I may not be privy to or just may not know. I need to surround my people with some voices, and I need the help of you guys. Now, if Jay Boogie, if you out here running a 1960s offense and something just don't look right, I'm bringing you to the office. We're having a conversation.
I get that, and that's what you're supposed to do. First thing first, let me salute you. I appreciate you, man. I love you and commend you for that. And you helping me and my family out, and you putting that bread into us. You know what I'm saying? But that's the reason. That's the reason why we in failure right now in our office.
I knew that's where you was going. You know why? Because those guys are not qualified.
Exactly. That's that malpractice Ron we talk about.
Yep.
But wait, time out. Nepotism is used in just about every facet in every field of corporate America and whatnot, right? Like, we hire people we know. It's how you use the nepotism is what I have a problem with. For instance, as a Giants fan, the Maras own the New York Giants, right? but they're hiring people who are not only not qualified. I understand if you bring them in, but it's like, dude, they're really doing a bad job. Are you gonna do something about it? No. It's one of those things where you do a bad job and you get promoted. I have a problem with that.
That's what
Jay
I'm going to
Boogie,
talk
if
about.
you're my coach, Jay Boogie, if you're my coach and you do a bad job, I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm trying to put money in your mouth and your family's mouth and all that, but yo, you messing up my entire operation, man.
But
like,
you
And
said,
see, Ray, and
It's
that's
a
the thing.
business.
When you got feelings involved, it's hard to have a clear head. You see what I'm saying? When you got feelings involved, when you know, hey man, this is my man, but man,
Ron,
he ain't right for business. I can't take him with me.
Ron,
But
Ron,
he
you
gonna
just
take
said
him
it.
with you.
Family and
but
friends
Ray,
and business don't mix.
but listen to
That
this.
right.
But listen to this, Ron. Based on Jay Boogie question, Ray answered literally the same thing that we say without him knowing.
He sure did.
You literally said that once I don't see what I like, I'm sorry.
You got
You
to
gotta
go.
go.
You gotta go.
And listen to this, right? I'm not going to the extent of firing somebody, but before it gets to that extent, you should have given them the benefit of the doubt. But doing it your way, saying like, "Nah, I need to put my foot down because certain
No,
things is
but
not
nice.
right."
You gave him the benefit of the doubt by
No,
hiring them.
no,
You have to make a statement by firing them.
Choplo. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
This is how we're gonna do it. All this, what Julius Randle did last season, or at that time when he slapped the computer of the assistant or of the staff, yeah, that's not gonna happen. That same day, if he did it, I'm telling you, people would have respected the franchise because people would the first thing that people would have been saying, like, man, I want to do it this way, but Leon Rose, he already set the standard.
He slapped that computer off. That was Rob coming back with the cheesecake in the game. When you smack that, man, I ain't watching that, man. Hey, man, God bless you. I ain't picking on Rob, man. I talk to y'all later. Y'all have a great weekend,
All
man.
right, Boogie. We see about that.
Big bro.
Yeah, man. But you know, Ray, I hear what you're saying. I think my biggest frustration, like I said, man, it's got to be the way this thing been handled. You know, with Tibbs, man. I'm echoing what you're saying, man. That to me is the biggest mistake. Y'all two got to be on the same sheet of music.
Yeah.
And if your coach and your front office ain't on the same sheet of music, this is the kind of stuff you're getting, man. Players being brought in who the coach don't want. And I'll say this: what separates good coaches from great coaches? Very good coaches, they can coach their system and they can run it to a T. The great coaches, you can give them whoever, and they can adapt to the players you bring in. Everybody can't do that. Everybody can't be a Popovich, a Spoelstra, a Steve Kerr, or even Budenholzer, because I'm putting them up there too. Very good coach. But everybody ain't those coaches. So if I already know that, and this is the thing, you have years and years of data on Tibbs to know what Tibbs like and what Tibbs want. And to go in the opposite direction from what that guy wants, you shouldn't have never brought him here. You shouldn't have never brought him here.
Wait, time out. If he said, all right, I'm going to put it like this. When I was moving into my new home, I called up my guys, right? Now, granted, if they did a bad job or broke something that was fragile or marked on the box that said fragile or whatnot, the next time I move, I'm going to think twice about actually hiring them, which tells me that nepotism happens all the time when you bring people in. Tom Thibodeau, coaching the New York Knicks, was a dream job. He's from New York or Long Island or something like that. Who's to say that in that interview, Tom Thibodeau didn't come up and say, hey, I've adapted. I've adjusted to the new league and these new players.
He did say that.
Yeah, he sold him a dream.
No, he did say that. He said that when he got hired.
When he got hired. So if he's telling me as his boy, oh, he's adapted, he's this, that, and the third, you're my boy. I'm led to believe that you actually have changed that sort of thing. Now, when you go out there and demonstrate that you haven't changed and whatnot, this is where now I got to sit down and have a conversation.
There we go. There we go.
Tom,
that's what I'm talking about.
Me that you changed, but you ain't changed.
Exactly.
So we either going to do things my way or you got to go.
Exactly, and that's the sad thing because Worldwide West ran upstairs and told on him. It wasn't Leon.
Yeah, West
You
went
see
up
what I'm
there.
saying?
With, hey, Worldwide West did like, hey, we seen Belly. Y'all seen Belly, right?
Yeah.
Worldwide
I don't
West
like
was sitting
the
on the side
idea.
with that banana. No, I
With the
don't like that.
banana.
Yo, I'm just not crazy about jumping out the window and be like, Leon, when he's literally doing the same thing that every organization does. When they come in, they bring in their
No.
people. They
No.
wait, time out.
Yeah.
They bring in their people. That's all I'm saying. They bring in their people, they bring in their connections. Those connections
And
start to
friendship and
demonstrate.
family and business don't
No,
mix.
you could bring your friend, your loved ones, anybody that you want. But it comes to the point that when things is not working out, somebody has to put their foot down.
Somebody's gotta go.
Absolutely.
So now we in the position because the Knicks is known, or the franchise, the Knicks franchise is known to trade to changing coaches. I'm done with that. But at the same time, if we're
And
gonna
players.
change Coach Thibodeau, give him what he wants. If it doesn't work out, what's gonna happen? He's gonna get fired, but it's understandable. But now you just build a recipe just ready for disaster, because it's like, all right, if you're not gonna get the player that I want, and you guys already spoke about it, Leon Rose should have come closer to Coach Thibodeau and told him, hey, I know that you don't want this player, but what do you think? I'm thinking about getting this player. Do you think that your system and the style that he plays is going to match? Oh, no. I'll give you a list of 10 players. You decide who you take, but I'm going to give it to you in chronological order. So now, if you get him somebody that at least Coach Thibodeau won, but it wasn't as high, now it's still on Coach Thibodeau. But
Exactly.
but for
There's no
you
excuse. It's
exactly.
almost,
But he had what he
got it.
needed. He
You
had what
fixed
he
the dinner
needed,
plate
though.
that you didn't bring Tibbs a plate
Nah.
of spaghetti when he wanted lasagna.
Tibbs
You
didn't
brought
have-
you,
you didn't
you
have-
brought
he
Hey,
you
don't
brought,
talk about me and my sins.
you
Tibbs
brought
didn't
you brought
have
that
what he
man
needed.
what he wanted. And,
Yeah.
and think about it. This is the thing, Ray. This is really why it backfired when you look at it. Yeah, everybody say the 4th seed, anomaly, all that kind of stuff. We were the 4th seed. Period.
Yep.
Why were we the 4th seed? Because we had players that fit Tibbs' model.
Yep.
No,
We
didn't.
had players,
No, we
and the
didn't.
problem is you try to change the team to become an offensive team with a coach that's not offensive minded.
We did not have players that fit.
Exactly. They didn't fit. They didn't fit the coach.
No, I'm just saying. No. You had said
This
earlier
season that
brought in
just passed.
players that fit. I'm saying that since Leon came in, none of those players fit Tibbs' system. Even the Alfred Paytons, Reggie Bullocks, like
Bullock did fit that.
The difference
Bullock
did
fit
fit.
that.
Yeah,
Bullock was like a Keith Bogan.
That's when he got coach of the year.
just
He
like
had
a
the
Keith
players.
Bogan.
Time out. The difference was that there was an arbitration of a season where COVID hit. Guys' lifestyle had completely changed, took the entire league by storm, and Tom Thibodeau capitalized on the fact that these guys are playing for their next contract.
No.
You guys tend to forget, man. Like, these guys were in contract years.
Yeah.
So they were like, yo, $1 year, $5 million. I gotta play my ass off.
Ray, I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time,
I heard that. Yeah.
what's his name? Julius Randle never needed to worry about another player to guard beside the man that he was guarding. EP was guarding his man. Bullock was guarding his man. RJ was guarding his man. This year, this whole
The
year,
floodgates.
man, it's like I want to blame Julius, but at the same time, I can't blame Julius 100%. You want to know why? Because there was a lot of times that Julius Randle was guarding his man, and you only hear you couldn't even clearly hear it from the TV. Help! And Julius needs to stop guarding his man to guard the other man. Now the other man is passing the ball to the man that Julius Randle was guarding, and he takes a shot. And Julius Randle's like, "Come on, man!"
Hey, it was a lot of bad defense, especially early in the season. I gotta admit.
Just remember this. In 2019-20 season, Julius Randle was still the consolation prize that was moving towards the end of his contract. A new
Absolutely.
regime was coming in. And with a new regime, every single time, it doesn't matter what sport it is, they're going to bring in new players. They're going to bring in their personnel. They're going to bring in who fits that. Julius Randle was never part of the Leon Rose regime. So he was being looked at as a trade asset. What do we got in Julius Randle? And that's all it was supposed to be. The only reason why he balled out of control and he had sort of the year that he had is because there was the threat of him no longer being in New York anymore with this new regime coming in. So in a contract year with COVID, with no fans in the building, this man played out of his mind and guaranteed himself another contract for a front office that was basically saying, well, listen, we got to pay this guy because the optics and the media and the PR and all that stuff. But on the flip side of it, if we give him this contract, that sort of money works towards bringing in the stars. So we can flip him for something. We didn't know Julius Randle was going to fall off the cliff the way he did, but it was necessary to re-sign Julius Randle, who is, again, not a bum. He's not trash. It's just something wrong up top. And if you put him anywhere else, maybe he's a different player, but he doesn't work. He's not a basketball fit. None of these guys were basketball fits. Hell, you can even go a little further, and I know this is going to be a controversial take, but RJ Barrett might not be a fit either. It's just,
it ain't too controversial for me.
It's not too controversial to think that RJ Barrett might not be a fit. Now, he's going to sign his max deal or whatever that number looks like. The most I'm personally offering him is $30 million.
You better not tell me no 181.
I mean, you're not.
He's saying $30 million a what? A year?
For 4 years?
That's the most I'm giving him.
No. Wait. $30 million a year?
4-year deal.
Yeah. I'm not confident about
No.
I'm not confident about it for 5 years. I would probably the max I'm absolutely going, and not a penny more, is 30 mil.
I can't give him 150 right now. 125.
Okay, that's fair.
I wouldn't even give him 125. I'll give him 100 or 80. Cause and that's
nice, you hard, boy.
No. You want to know why, Ron? Because the thing is, he's still young. Why are we acting like, oh, the first contract that he actually get, like his real contract after the rookie contract, that's what's really going to say what RJ is going to be? No, RJ is going to get an even better contract after this. Like, if you show pretty much everybody that you are worth a certain money, then we talk.
5 for 181.
Okay. So would you go
5 for 81? No.
5 for 181.
Yo, would you go 25 per year? Would you give him the same
no.
Yes.
No.
I'll give him that. I'll give him that.
25 mil.
125. 125 is my window for him.
Yeah.
Nice. You're paying him less than Julius Randle?
Yeah.
You're paying 25 per year?
So Julius Randle. Wait. Let me go back. Let me go back and just explain why.
Okay.
He did it. He still hasn't made over. Well, he already passed at that time, but he didn't make all rookies. He's still not an all-star, and you're gonna pay RJ more money than an all-star player.
Wait.
Wait.
Is there more like
Wait, what?
That's a good one.
Wait, what?
Okay, that's a crack up. Wait, time out. So, let me get this. You wouldn't pay. I can't stop laughing.
Good conversation, man. It's good conversation.
I'm just saying. Listen, I don't care too much of it being a COVID season, not COVID season. He made it in the All-Star. We gonna be acting. Wait. We gonna be acting like he didn't make the All-Star. He wasn't most improved player.
And he got some MVP votes too.
And, oh my God! And we gonna pay somebody more than Julius Randle. And he did not fall on neither one of those categories.
Wait.
For what? No, I want to hear this, Ray. For what are we paying another player more than Julius Randle at this point?
Now the only thing in Ray defense, Ray, in your
Dice.
defense though, you do get some leeway on projections. One's a little bit younger in RJ, and he still got room to grow.
But the thing too, that you gotta consider is if RJ don't get a contract to his liking, he don't have to accept whatever the Knicks offer.
Well,
right?
Well, you know what's a blessing. But you want to know what's a blessing?
No, but wait a minute. Hear me out. On this.
Sure.
Hear me out on it. Right? The Knicks can't match once RJ gets to the door. Right? If RJ chooses to search for another contract and be an restricted free agent after year 4. After next season is over, right? RJ can go out and look for contracts as a restricted free agent and say if a team offers, if RJ get an offer 4 years, 120, 30 mil a year, right? Then the Knicks can match it, right? Yeah. Whatever, that's cool. But what if RJ roll the dice and say, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna test the market as an unrestricted free agent,
like Mitchell Robinson,
like Mitch did.
Oh man!
Then the Knicks no longer can match. They gotta beg RJ to take an extension, right? And then RJ can walk out the door for free. And this regime that we have so much faith in looks like a bunch of bumbling idiots.
I ain't got that much in them.
Yeah, that's because think about this. Just bear with me on it. Just bear with me and hear me out. Not only are you not winning games and not winning significant series and not finding franchise players, but now you are also letting your young players that a previous regime drafted walk out the door.
So
you replace them with Quentin Grimes.
So which player, not counting Derrick Rose, because Derrick Rose, he was clutch for us. But beside Derrick Rose, which player contributed the most for us to take us at least to the postseason last year?
It was Julius.
That's it.
It's players that this, but nice. It's not as simple as that. It's not cut and dry. Because this regime didn't draft Julius and they didn't sign Julius.
Exactly.
They didn't pluck Julius away from the Pelicans.
But even Uncle Freezy, we could take even a different approach because
they didn't draft RJ neither.
Nobody is saying that. Oh, like he's not going to be happy. If the Knicks is not happy and RJ may not be happy in the future, it's just like you said or Ron Cleveland said. Give him just an extension. It could be an extension where he needs to prove himself, but at the same time, he's also getting paid.
You can't give him an extension. Both sides have to agree.
Yeah, they got to agree.
Yeah,
that was the point that I'm hammering.
Yeah, I knew that's where you was going at, Freezy. What if you don't agree to it? That's the key. But I'm gonna tell you, what scares me, Freezy, and I always keep circling back to this, man. Mm-hmm. That Mitchell Robinson situation is a big problem.
Oh boy,
that is a major problem also when people want to admit, because if Mitchell Robinson leaves this team
for nothing,
what's the guy? Sims, Jericho, I love him. He's not ready.
Not ready.
Nerlens Noel, I don't have no confidence in him, and I think they're gonna try to trade him to get him up out of here to try to get some money so they can pay Mitch because they realize they put their money on the wrong horse.
And we could have gotten, if we wasn't staying with Mitch in the first place, we could have traded him for any type of asset.
Exactly. And so it's looking like a Frank Ntilikina situation, going to walk up the door for nothing.
And another thing is, and then you go and do that and say DeAndre Ayton does hit the street. You willing to pay him more than what you would willing to pay Mitch?
Well, the front office has a propensity for not really
paying.
Well,
However, Ray, though, look at this, the desperation thing that's been coming up, because you're seeing this offseason, like Freezy put out there, it's a lot of desperation that could come up, that could be desperate moves, not desperate moves that can happen because of the lack thereof, that the production wise that got us in this situation. Because I agree with what Ron was saying, what Uncle Ron was saying. you could have signed that cat. You could have signed Mitch last season for even cheaper and locked him in. Not to lowball him, but you could have paid the man the money that he was worth at that time. But now he's gonna hit these streets, and you gave him an offer. Yes, he declined it because we don't know what it was. I don't know how low they tried to go, but you got willing to meet.
Yeah, the point came out that they lowballed him, and that's shame in itself. When you've been stealing production for 4 years on the man.
Yeah, and his agent did him dirty. His first agent did him dirty. We know
exactly.
But here's the kicker to it though, and this is what I told Ron when me and Ron first started with these joints, right? At the end of year 2 of Mitch being here, the team could have picked up the team option or gave Mitchell Robinson a long-term deal, right? They chose to pick up the team option, right? And by doing so, they did not negotiate in good faith because they didn't offer Mitch the money, nor did they spend that money on a high-priced free agent.
Exactly.
Right? You could have went to Mitch and said, "Hey, bro, the reason why we didn't pay you is because we got Paul George coming, right? Or we got Kawhi Leonard coming.
Yeah, and we're gonna take care of you.
Yeah.
And you paid his backup more than him.
Right. So here's the thing: if you go out and get that guy and you don't pay Mitch, you give it to Mitch next summer, bro. We're gonna make sure we take care of you. Just be patient. What we'll do is feature you now. We're gonna feature you now. We're gonna throw you, get you more involved in all these different things. They didn't do any of that. They did the opposite. They bought a Norvell Pell. Paid him more. They paid him more money than you paid Mitch. They paid Luka Šamanić, a dude that played 13 NBA minutes with the Knicks. They paid him more money than they paid Mitchell Robinson, right?
Frank Ntilikina was getting more than Mitchell Robinson.
Right. And so my point is, now that Mitch is at the door, Mitch gone.
You're asking the man to take another pay cut. Come on, man.
Right. You ask him, you pick up his team option and then pay Taj Gibson $5 million.
Yeah.
Which you could have did after year 2 is gave Mitch and think about how bad this sounds. At the year 2, you could have gave Mitch 4 years, $20 million, right? And paid him $5 million a year, right? And he would have still been under contract for these next 2 seasons for $5 million, which is a steal, right? But you didn't because you wanted to give that money to Taj Gibson. And then on top of that, and going back to the RJ point, and if you lowball RJ, knowing what you did to Mitch, you done sealed your fate. Another high-priced free agent will never come to New York. Ever.
150.
And Freezy, you know, there's another thing too.
150.
And you look and man, Soulfinger said a mouthful just with a small statement. You paid Mitch backup more than him.
Right.
And this the thing about this whole situation, man. I don't think a lot of people remember how bad our center position was before Mitch came. Because I hear a lot of Mitch slander.
Yep.
Be careful what you ask for. Because if I'm telling you right now, if Mitchell Robinson leave this team, we're gonna feel it. That guys like him don't come along often. And yeah, he's limited offensively, but the guy got great hands around the basket. Nobody can dispute that. And always in the tops when it comes to shot blocking and altering shots. You can't just come. Yeah, do he get hurt? Do he have nicks and bruises with them ankles? I wish he'd stop.
But that comes from playing hard.
But that's because he's playing hard, exactly. So Mitchell Robinson, I think they said it was what, $48 million is the max on that deal. Man, I'm signing him all day, every day.
Is it 40? I thought it was 50.
$48 million.
Yeah,
it's 48.
It's 4 years, 55.
You know 4 years, 55. Okay, even
Still.
that 55, he's worth every bit of 55.
Yeah,
but
they don't need to haggle with that.
Even think.
Matter of fact,
Think about that 55
I
is
don't
not a
even want
bad
you to come
contract
to the
either.
office. I just want you to say, okay, I'll go ahead and sign for you.
Man,
Yeah,
but even think.
He's not coming back.
But think.
I think so too. I don't think he's coming back neither, Ray. If he does, I'll be surprised.
But think about it this way: this whole season was was kind of it was a disaster. And second of all,
people's getting paid. Evan Fournier got paid. Derrick Rose got paid. Taj Gibson got paid. Julius Randle got paid. Everybody's getting paid. And you see Mitchell Robinson like,
where my
where's
money
me?
at? Yeah, where my money at?
You know what I mean? Think about it. Mitch is like that. You know those old movies that show the little orphan kids asking for more mush?
Yeah, more please.
More please. That's Mitch. That's Mitch.
Yo, he's not coming back. Listen. I don't know if you guys pay attention to like his Instagram, his stories and all that. This guy is consistently shooting outside, but trying to prove that.
Oh, I see him shooting.
Game. The reality is that he doesn't want to play under Tibbs. So regardless of all the people that are like, "Hey, give him 4 years, $55 million," he doesn't want to play in the system that Tom Thibodeau has him in. And
well, all you're doing is playing defense, and you ain't gonna be a part of the offense.
What do you call himself? He's getting his cardio in. I'm running up there for cardio, up and down for cardio.
He called it on Twitter where he was talking about, if you was running up and down, if you was just running up and down the court, and not doing anything else, you'd be frustrated too. He's not coming back. I mean, it's not even.
And I can't blame him.
I don't think there's a position to take on Mitchell Robinson because the reality is him and Tibbs don't mesh, and he doesn't care for his role, so he's gone. That's it. Period. You lost him for nothing. I mean, that's just what it is. It doesn't matter if we like him or don't like him or what. This man is out the door.
You don't want Mitch next year. You better hope he go get a JaVale McGee or Dwight Howard.
Yo.
Yeah. Hey, so let me read the super chat real quick. Paris Douglas says our next pick may actually be better than RJ Dome. And I'm here to tell you if the Knicks get Benedict Mathurin. This is the thing. I'm pounding the table a little bit for Mathurin, but more so I'm pounding the table for not only skill guys, but athletic guys with skills. Right? My thing is the Knicks guards as a total shot 40, and I'm rounding up to 40. Yeah. Right? I don't want to say 39.9 something. Because for one, it sounds bad, and two, it makes me sick on my stomach to know NBA players can survive, make millions of dollars, and can't shoot. Right? But here's the thing. In today's NBA, you can take an athletic skilled guy like Jordan Poole late in the first round and turn him into a player. Right? You can take a guy like Paul George, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Kawhi Leonard, both around the middle of the first round, and Donovan Mitchell also. If a guy is super athletic and has some skills, you can take that guy and turn him into a franchise player. The New York Knicks organization and its fans, for some weird reason, has a thing against athletes. Because they're like, their thing is I prefer skill over athleticism, right?
I want both. I want athletic players that are skilled.
Right, because the greatest player to ever play this game, Michael Jordan, is a better player than Magic Johnson, who was a so-so athlete with tremendous skills. Right? The greatest one, the other greatest, man, Wilt Chamberlain, bench press 550, ran a 4.640 at 7 foot 2 inches. Wilt Chamberlain they say Wilt Chamberlain had at 7'2", Wilt Chamberlain had a 46-inch vertical at 270 pounds. Right? Now, for those of y'all that say Uncle Freezy he fell off his rocker, why do you need athletes? Because the GOAT, whoever it is in the GOAT conversation, whether it's Kobe, LeBron, MJ, Wilt, Shaq, whoever, these are great athletes. Scottie Pippen, a top 50 player of all time, a great athlete, right? And for us to say, no, we don't want a LeBron, Michael Jordan kind of guy. We want a such and such. We want to find our Larry Bird. Well,
you want Jalen Brunson. You want to find a Jalen Brunson.
Ron, you've been watching basketball long enough.
How many Larry
Bird type players have you seen?
I've only seen 2, Larry Bird and Luka.
Right. That's it, bro. Of the thousands of players that we've seen, right? You've only seen 1 Larry Bird and 1 Luka, right?
What about
and
Dirk?
we put them in the same category of 6'8" dudes that are not athletic.
And Dirk is another one too. Yeah,
right.
That was a superstar that's not athletic.
Right.
So, I have a question. So let's say if we end up, most likely, I'm also agreeing with you guys. Most likely, we are going to be losing Mitch. But once we lose Mitch, and let's say we
RJ
see
gone too, bro. RJ gone.
But let's think about the next center. If Sims gives us a portion or even more than what we expect for him to give us at least this season, what we going to do if next season, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be his last?
But Sims, for one, Sims ain't gonna give you that because Sims is limited. He was a 58th pick in the draft. He spent 4 years at Texas for a reason, right? Sims is not gonna get any better than what you see. Now, what he'll do is he'll be more productive in more minutes. But Sims is not gonna all of a sudden disappear and come back with a crossover and a 3-point shot. That ain't.
I think where he'll improve on to be just like Mitch did so far is going from a person who fouled a lot to learning how to play under control. Don't get fouled. I like his size. I like the fact he's a big. You know what I mean?
And a
he's
hustler.
not a big guy, a small guy trying to play the big position like a Nerlens Noel.
Right.
And that hustler and that he has in him, like he's a dog. Even hey, whenever you hear a veteran like Taj Gibson giving somebody praise, you know there's something special.
Well, here's the thing: how Tom Thibodeau employs his systems doesn't require a whole lot of usage with Mitch, and I have to believe that Mitch wants to be utilized in a different way other than just running up and down the floor and I guess blocking shots or protecting the paint. And that's why I think that is why I wholeheartedly believe that this organization is going to move to either free agency, where they can pick up a Thomas Bryant for like $10 million or something like that, something ridiculous, something cheap that is a veteran, because they're not. Tom Thibodeau's not going to start. They're not going to start a rookie center, so you can pick up the draft aspect of that. Like Tom Thibodeau likes his centers up top to have some sort of IQ to employ his system
and reliable.
Yeah, and I don't know how reliable Thomas Bryant is, but
he has injuries issues too, though.
I'm just throwing a name out there because I'm thinking about the front office perspective and how they look to pay.
I agree with that. I think they're definitely going to get a veteran.
It's not a premium position. They're not out here throwing $25+ million for a center. They're not doing that. They're going to find someone cheap, someone
because that's their philosophy.
That's their philosophy. So I have to believe that based on that, line of thinking, Mitch is gone, and we're probably going to sign someone on the free agent market for dumb cheap. That is a vet, maybe a Mo Bamba, but he won't be used as stretch five because
I'll take Mo Bamba.
But you know what it is though, Ray, and I said this: we living in an era now where the bigs want to play like a guard.
Yeah, they want to shoot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They no longer want to just be down there in the post banging, and Joel Embiid is really the last of a dying breed of that type center. You know what I mean?
Ron,
and he can stretch the floor.
It's because that's where the money is at, and because Jokic and Embiid have sort of set the market at, if you do this and this, then you make this kind of money. Yeah, your centers are now starting to play the perimeter, and
that's what Mitch looking at.
That goes totally against Tibbs' philosophy, where it's like on the defensive end, you got to protect the paint by all costs. And on the offensive end, I need you to be a rim runner and play under the rim, which Mitchell Robinson's usage rate under the rim was like top 5 in the league. So there's no suggestion that he's going to go out and get some stretch 5 that magically shoots threes. He's going to employ his system, which means he needs a big that is under the rim, 48 minutes of rim protection. And on the offensive end, you're just a rim runner.
And me personally, Ray, I don't like my bigs to be shooting no threes. That's why I got my guards and forwards for. I don't want my big shooting no more than about 12, 15 feet out.
You want a 3? Hey, go get Luke Cornett, bring him back.
Yeah, I don't need my big shooting no threes.
But you know what though, Ray? And so here is a travesty, and what you just mentioned, right? So if your philosophy is not the free center, and they go out and pay Thomas Bryant $10 million a year, that'd be just about what they should have been paying Mitch in the first place. They could have took that $10 million plus some change out the ashtray and paid Mitch with that and had him here for 4 years. Instead, you got a lottery bust, man in the middle, and then on top of that, right? And then on top of that, you paying a position $25 million a year. Thomas Bryant, Nerlens Noel, Taj Gibson together would make $25 million a year, but yet you don't want to pay Mitch.
Well, I'm just saying, because Ian Begley reported.
I'm not saying you wrong, bro. I'm not saying you wrong. I agree with you. I agree.
No, I'm picking back off your comment. Like it's so fascinating. Ian Begley reported that now again, if Mitch's market is what was it? 4 years, $48 million, 12. Well, let's just say $12 million to $13 million. Ian Begley reported that the two camps are not even close.
Yeah, so they lowball.
It makes me take a step back and think to myself, well, what is Mitch's number if they're not close? Now, remember, they're not close. So if the New York Knicks are at $12, $13 million, what on earth is Mitch actually requesting?
When I hear not close, Ray, I hear not close to the max that he can get per season. So, I mean, what is it? I'm interested in know myself.
Probably like 18, probably.
Yo, he's probably out there trying to vie for like $17, $18 million. Now, as a fan base who loves Mitch, as a fan base that that love Mitch, my question to you is: are you paying Mitch $18 million because that's what he wants? Now, I'm sorry, not that's what he wants.
I think I would pay Mitch 15 a season.
Okay, and if Detroit comes back and says, "Yeah, we'll pay you 16," then what?
You gotta have your line. You gotta have your line.
16 and a half.
I'm saying, like, that's
I gave him 16 and $1.
I'd be like 15.5.
That's it.
I mean, listen, I think Mitch is so petty. In my
a cup of coffee.
So when I say the word petty, I don't mean like. I mean, he's so petty in what he wants because he's been so underpaid for so long, and obviously watching people get paid. I think he will spike the Knicks $1 million, a quarter more in pay just to throw it back in the Knicks' face.
I think his deal is either me or Tibbs.
It might be. It just might be, Freezy.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, and I know that sounds petty. But when listen, man, Ray, you a young dude, bro, and you smart as I don't know what. But I'm an old dude that been through a lot of stuff, bro. And I'm gonna just say this like this, bro. So many people in your life get to swing the hammer, right? They get to swing the hammer, right? When it's your turn to swing the hammer, you better swing that thing with all your weight. Right? When you finally get the chance to call the shots, you call the shots as hard as you can, bro. That's just life. They call it Occam's razor, right? Oh, not Occam's razor. It's another thing. Another thing. I forgot what we call it. But listen, in Mitch's case, where he has been underpaid, underappreciated, right? Almost dissed as a Knick. When it comes time for you to re-up and they beg you to stay, you have to consider: do I want to go through 5 more years of this?
No.
Right? Do I want to go through five more years of this? Right? And here's the thing that Mitch Robinson is looking at. Jarrett Allen was in the same boat as Mitch. All he do is block shots and run and blah blah blah. And Cleveland paid him 5 years, $120 million on an extension, right?
Yep.
And then you see what Jarrett Allen turns into when he plays with some point guards. Right? When Jarrett Allen played with some point guards, you notice that Jarrett Allen is a different player. Right? With Darius Garland and all them guys, right? Jarrett Allen is a different player. What I'm saying to you with Mitch is you've never seen Mitch with a legit point guard. Never.
No.
Right? But the day gonna come when Mitch plays with a point guard. If he goes to Detroit and play with Cade Cunningham, The Knicks
Yeah.
are going
Become a
to rue
beast.
the day that they never got him a point guard, and they let him walk out the door.
Yep.
Couldn't
Because it's
agree
crazy
more.
because you see how he plays with RJ. And RJ
Couldn't
ain't even
agree
a
more.
point guard, but RJ looks for him the most on the floor when they're together.
Couldn't agree
Yes.
more. Couldn't agree
Oh
more.
yeah.
We are gonna pay. We're gonna pay for that Mitch. That entire Mitch situation. We're gonna pay for that.
And it's going to be directly tied to Nerlens Noel.
And I'm. and
Yeah.
He had
Yo.
that stand up season in the playoffs, and it's we're gonna pay this guy again. The way he played in the playoffs, and then the guy ain't played no more than 20 games this season.
He played
How'd that
26.
work out for you?
And I think he's more of a Tibbs guy. I'm
Yeah.
speculating here. I'm not saying that.
I'm with
he
you on that,
actually
Ray. I
is.
think so.
But I think Nerlens Noel is more of a Tibbs guy than Mitch's is. With Mitch's at his age, with his understanding, and Mitch wants to do all these things. Nerlens Noel just wants to go out and do what he does well. For all the butterfingers he has and whatnot. Listen, I hated the contract as much as anyone, but he's a Tibbs guy. So, I mean, again, everything that we do as a Knicks fandom, as a Knicks collective fan base, is hindsight 2020. Like we look at it after the fact and we go, "Oh my gosh!" But if you look at the evidence leading up to it, yeah, I kind of get it. I understand why they went that way. Would I have gone that way? Hell no. But they went that way.
You know what, Ray, man?
It is what it is.
Realizing we can never get something that we happy about as a collective group of fans, man. We always split on the playoff, man.
Yo, listen, for the RJ thing, I just want to say this real quick, and then I'm gonna, let y'all rock and whatnot. But yo, the RJ thing, you guys are underestimating him in certain contexts, in certain ways. I did say earlier that it's a controversial take that even though RJ is not a Leon guy, he's not a front office drafted guy or anything like that there's a real possibility that he could be sort of out the door, or y'all want to pay him 5 years, $80 million like he's done a Schroeder or something. But you do need to pay RJ Barrett for what, if you're gonna move off Randall, you need to replace that money with someone else. And when you pay RJ, you're not paying RJ for what he is right now. You're paying RJ for what he's going to be in year 6 at 24 years.
I agree.
So
a little bit of what it is now and what it projects to be later.
I am okay paying RJ Barrett 5 years, $30 million, because the cap is going to substantially make a jump, especially in 2025 with that NBA TV deal. I'm okay paying him that money because if he doesn't work out, you know what he becomes? An asset that you don't have to throw in a whole lot into the pot because his money makes room for someone, makes room for a deal for someone else. But I'm personally paying RJ 25, 30 million, not a penny more. Or he's got to prove it. Go out there, go show me that you're worth more than $30 million, and then I'll pay you.
So I got a question for the panel.
Sure.
And it's actually 2-part in one. What in your opinion going to be, and for the chat, what's going to constitute as a successful off season and a successful season?
Drafting 11, whether or trading up, getting aggressive and going up and getting your guy, even if that's
Getting a point guard.
Yeah, that too. But creating cap flexibility so that way you can make a bigger move in like 2024, 2025. Because you're not going anywhere this season. Your entire conference is loaded. They're going to be better. Who exactly are you thinking about jumping? You need to establish a foundation. That is a success. If you can increase the value of your young players, that is a successful season in my opinion.
Yep.
I tell you this, and I sent Soulfinger that article I saw, and I'm gonna tell y'all, as much as I give Leon Rose the business, and y'all know I do, if all reports of what's coming out of New York is true, if they find out a way to get Jaden Ivey, that's a successful off season and a regular season for me. Having
No
that guy,
malpractice,
because
right?
we need that. I couldn't when the last time we had that type of a player in that backcourt?
First, the last in February. Last in February,
Yeah,
Ron.
can't remember.
I agree with Saltfinger.
I understand.
Neverland.
I understand Uncle Freezy.
If they pull that off, you won't hear me say nothing but Leon Rose all year.
I understand.
And you got my word on that.
I understand.
I wouldn't call his name.
Mathurin,
See, for me,
but if we go up and get Jaden Ivey, yo, if we,
That's the reports,
get,
right?
Yo, we all got our players. I love Dyson Daniels. I know. I mean,
He's nice
Uncle
too.
Freezy,
I like him too.
Uncle Freezy named a dog after. Well, it's after Uncle Benny from Harlem Nights, but I'm thinking about Benedict Mathurin, and I know Uncle Freezy's love for Benedict Mathurin and others and whatnot. But if we trade up and get a Jaden Ivey,
ooh, I'm gonna tell you the thing. Jaden Ivey, what I like about him is the same thing with RJ, man. Is when you talk about pedigree, you know, being groomed to play the game, not just play the game, but at a professional level. Mom's was in the WNBA. Mom's coach. You know what I mean? You can't. He always been around this. So when I look at that, he's gonna know how to be a professional day one.
I don't see Jaden Ivey coming to this team because there's too many hoops to jump through with Sacramento, who, yes, has already come out on multiple reports. I've watched a couple of their podcasts about going to the playoffs, and they are dead set on going to the playoffs. Make no mistake. They are trying to go for the playoffs. Them and the Portland Trail Blazers. Those are the only two spots in front of us at pick number 11 that may be willing to make a move. Portland actually more than Sacramento, but Sacramento is sitting up there at 4, and I think they're going to take the best player available.
Who got the 4?
Sacramento Kings got the 4th pick. After the 3 guys go, Chet Holmgren, Jabari, Banchero, or whatnot, Jaden Ivey may very well go to the Sacramento Kings. And forget about that whole, but they already got Davion Mitchell. No. Sacramento needs talent. So I'm led to believe that they're going to select Jaden Ivey. However, there is a real possibility that they make a trade for a veteran-like player that will improve their chances in the playoffs. I'm not saying Jaden Ivey is going to be a Knick. If that happens, I will lose my mind. But I see Portland as more of a viable option for us because they're dead set on wanting to go to the playoffs. So, yeah, trading up for Portland has the 7th pick or the 6th? Was that Indiana? I can't remember, but
Portland got the 7th pick because they dropped down.
Yeah, right.
They were projected to get the 6th, and they got the 7th. Right. I'm more of a Ben Mathurin guy more than Jaden Ivey.
Really? Well,
yes.
I mean,
I like them both. Don't get me wrong, but it's that Ben, and not to cut you, I'm gonna just toss it right back to you. Is what Freezy was talking about, and then you look at what he can do. He's a combo player. He can play the 2 and the 3. So you can put
in the current lineup. Where are you putting him? Is it Benedict Mathurin, RJ Barrett?
He's coming off the bench.
Oh,
he's coming off the bench. He got to find his way. He got to find his way in and beat out a guy. Even if Jaden Ivey. But think about if we trade up in the draft, say we offer Sacramento the Godfather deal and they take it, right? And we're able to draft Mathurin at 4 and then some guy at 11, whoever at 11, right? Ivy still has to come in, even if he's a combo guard, right? He's not going to start at point immediately. He's going to have to beat out Burks, Fournier, RJ at the 2 for minutes, right? I know that sounds ridiculous because it is, but our roster is ridiculous.
Yes,
and you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Ideally, what you would love for them to take Burks and Fournier, you would love to clear out the spot for them so that the dude can come in and just start day 1, right? But I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask you, are you using the 11th pick to get essentially a bench player or somebody to come off your bench, or would you prefer to get a starter? And I'm only asking that because if I'm drafting 11, I would like to think I can draft a guy that's a plug and play. So if I draft Benedict Mathurin, Cam Reddish is way out the door, right? Okay.
Right. Now, in order for you to do that deal with Sacramento, first of all, this year's lottery pick is not intriguing enough. Right. The 11th pick is not attractive, but next year's pick is attractive. Right. So you would have to you would have to. If I'm Sacramento, I'm like,
Cheers.
Hey, giving me 23s, both first round picks in 2023, and Cam Reddish to move up and get 4. And I'm like, done. Okay. All right, I'll do it. And in that way, I can get Jaden Ivey and maybe, man, can you imagine Jaden Ivey and Johnny Davis together? Or Jaden
But
Ivey.
crazy, how do you know someone's not going to take him?
Huh?
How do you know someone's not going to take him before number 4?
Well, good.
What? It's only 3 spots for the big men. It's Chet Holmgren, Jabari Smith, and Paolo Banchero.
Yeah, Paulo Banchero. Those the 3.
Yes.
That's 1, 2, 3 right there.
That's set in stone. Like, that's not up for debate. What happens where the draft gets really interesting is at number 4, which is where Sacramento Kings are, and the potential of taking a Jaden Ivey.
Jaden Ivey is a good slot for them.
They can go Keegan Murray. There is real intrigue at number 4 for things to go in a multitude of different directions. And I don't think it's as sold as, oh yeah, the number 4 pick is Jaden Ivey. Detroit may end up with Jaden Ivey at number 5. There's real. I think that there's a chance for us to trade up and get a player. And I know this is a bit controversial, but the strength of the front office is drafting, right? They didn't draft RJ. Is there a real possibility that they can throw RJ into a trade to get up to the number 4 spot? It was a question my father asked me the other day, and it really stumped me like, oh man, he's coming up on his max extension deal. My father asked me, yo, is RJ a max player? I was like, no. And he was like, so what would you pay him? That's why I said I would pay him 5 years, $150. He was like, you really do that? So if the Knicks traded RJ to get up to the 4th overall pick, you're not doing that? And that's a question I got for you guys as well. Would you put RJ in a trade to get up to the number 4 pick?
Hey, wow.
The reason why I'm wondering, what are you saving the money for? The money that you don't pay RJ, what are you saving it for?
You could be saving it for a potential trade exception and whatnot, which we have. I mean, you could make room. You could move Julius Randle still to Portland, and you end up with the number 4 pick and the number 7 pick. I'm just saying there are options here, and I'm just only throwing it out there. I have no idea what's going to happen, but would you put RJ in a trade to get up to number 4 to avoid the whole max extension contract talk? Is that a possibility?
Maybe. But history shows they won't do nothing. History shows they're going to stay at 11. You're going to see. You're going to see.
I don't know, man. I have no idea. Yo.
Crazy. What do you think?
Man.
Because whether you love RJ or you don't love RJ, the reality is that this team needs talent. Period in the story. This roster, as Uncle Freezy just described, is a mess. And it's not one person to solidify. Like, nobody's untouchable on the team, in my opinion. That includes my love affair for Cam Reddish and Obi Toppin, pause. But I'm just saying, like, everyone is. It's not unconscionable to think that these guys aren't tradable. Like,
no, Ray, but that's not. But it's not. See, but I don't think about it as simple as that. I think about it. So I think about it is like this. If you trade RJ and you trade Randall, now you have to trade all the other vets too, because now you're changing the entire direction of the team. You don't want, if you're going Jaden Ivey, right, and you're trading RJ, you're trading Cam, you're trading Randall, and you're keeping the young players that are on the team already.
You just blew the team up.
You have to get a guy that's legit better than Grimes and McBride.
Yes,
and
you do. I agree. Listen,
right?
I
So you're changing. So that's why when you ask me, I'm thinking to myself, do I want to change the entire direction of the team? Because if you trade up and do that, now there is no more Mitchell Robinson conversation, right? You got to let Mitch go, right? You got to let him go, and you got to start all over from scratch with Jaden Ivey, whoever you pick at 7, right, and whoever you pick at 42, because Obi, McBride, Grimes, Jokovitis, Sims, Hunt, all those guys are not good enough. None of them are star players, man. Now you got to go get you a star, and if you do that deal like what you said, you're depending on Ivy to be the leader of this bunch, and whoever you pick at 7, say it's Mathurin, right? So now you just hit the total reset button on your franchise, and now the front office has work to do getting rid of bad contracts. Because the last thing you want to do is have Evan Fournier in the way of Jordan Ivey. The last thing you want is Alec Burks in the way of Jaden Ivey and say Benedict Mathurin, right? Because you would want vets, but you won't want vets that's going to play 35 minutes a game in front of them.
Well, I'm just only asking the question. It's not anything that I'm solidifying, saying that, listen, I want to keep RJ Barrett. I've already been on record saying, listen, pay this guy 5-year, 150, or pay him what you need to pay him now, because you might get him at a discount. I would love to keep RJ Barrett. What I'm simply saying is, if you want a Jaden Ivey, there's a potential that he's going to be taken at number 4. And for what Sacramento needs in terms of going to the playoffs and whatnot, they don't need a Jaden Ivey. But if they stand pat, I have to believe that they'll take a Jaden Ivey.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's no. I just, we're keeping RJ Barrett. We need to keep RJ Barrett. I have to believe that the front office is going to keep RJ Barrett. Now, I'm just asking for the sake of conversation. There's a pathway for the Knicks to win it all next season.
That's kind of like an inside joke, kind of. Kind of like an inside joke between me and between.
No, but we just have to. There's so many. This is what I mean when I keep saying over and over, there are more questions than answers, because there's a multitude of directions we can go. If we can trade back and go after Charlotte's 13 and 15 pick and collect more assets, we can trade up, and with Portland, who's trying to win now, and offer them Julius Randle, we could trade out of the draft completely and still focus on the foundation we have. There's just so many different directions, and we don't know as a fan base. Hell, I'm not even certain they know for sure. But there's just so many different directions you can go with this. I also want to make very clear to the chat, I don't think Jaden Ivey is possible for the Knicks, because in order to get Jaden Ivey, you need to trade up to Sacramento. And there's nothing on this team that Sacramento wants that we have. Cam Reddish is not enough for Sacramento. Just to make that clear.
Not by himself.
No.
But even if you packaged him and you give him Julius Randle and Cam Reddish, well, how does the Julius Randle Sabonis fit? I'm just saying.
But Cam Reddish is a hell of a sweetener, though.
It's a hell of a sweetener, but
he can't be the main course.
But why don't we just keep Cam Reddish? These are the different questions that I'm running down in my time off on the on season, like Jay Boogie said, trying to figure out, like, yo, what can this roster look like? Even for Ben Mathurin coming here, and he's not getting past number 9, in my opinion. If San Antonio doesn't take him, Washington Wizards would take him. He's not gonna fall to
I think Washington's gonna take the sleeper in the draft, bro. I think
Johnny Davis?
Huh?
Johnny Davis?
No, Johnny Davis is a shrunken down RJ Barrett. Johnny Davis is a microwave microwave RJ Barrett, shrunk down. He do the same thing. The 3-point percentage, everything they say about Johnny Davis, I already heard them say about RJ Barrett when RJ Barrett was coming out, right? But yeah, I will say this, and I gotta go so I can enjoy the fried pickles Miss Mocha made for me.
Nice,
delicious, bro. I'll say this. I'll set the room on fire and say this, right? I think this offseason, I think the Knicks are in store to make a major move, but I think it's going to backfire, and I think Rose and them are going to get fired. Right? I think they're going to make a major blunder. Right? I think they've been walking the tightrope for so long that they're going to slip and they're going to fall and they're going to be out of here, and we're going to be looking for somebody else. Bro.
I have the same feeling, Freezy.
Yep.
I don't.
What about you, Ray?
I think Leon Rose is going to be here. I think his nepotism is going to hold on to Tom Thibodeau. I think it's going to awaken the Kraken, known as James Dolan, who's going to come up and just do whatever he does. But no, I think they've been given the green light to sort of do what they came in to do. I think this past season was an aberration, not an aberration. I think this season sort of reset the clock for them, and they're given a little bit more leeway because that's what the Knicks do. We reward.
I think they're going to try to trade RJ, and the rumor is going to get out that they try to trade RJ, and heads are going to roll.
Yo,
that's going to piss them off. Yeah.
Yep, it's going to piss off RJ and the NBA. Yeah. And the NBA that a kid wanted to come here and play for the Knicks and take on all the pressure, and then you're going to trade him for Vucevic, right, or something stupid like that, and the Knicks fans are going to want to burn down the garden. Anyway, let me get out of here, y'all. I'm gonna try to get back on tonight. Can't guarantee.
Get some rest, Freezy. Thank you.
Man.
I'm gonna try to get about 14 minutes of sleep, bro.
Now you do that, man. Get all the rest you need.
14 minutes should do it.
Thank you for everything, Freezy. Get some rest, buddy.
All right, y'all. I'll let y'all later, man.
Later, guys. See you, Ray.